Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and here to call the City Council to order, a City Council meeting to order, and state that all members are present in person. As a reminder to those who are watching remotely, council meetings are now held in a hybrid format, which means the community can participate both in person and virtually via Zoom. If you have a comment, you can raise your hand, and when I call for public comment, the city clerk will call on you. Councilmember Francis, will you please lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise if you're able. Ready.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And I believe our Finance Director, Emily Jackson, will be introducing Riley, the new Principal Budget Analyst.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm very, very excited to be there here this evening to introduce you to Riley Kuhn. He is our new Principal Budget Analyst, replacing Natalie Harnett, who transitioned into the City Manager's office a couple months ago in mid-September. I think it goes without saying, we've talked about this previously, it's very difficult to find people who want to work in government and especially in governmental finance. But for some reason, the city of San Luis Obispo keeps finding outstanding people, and I would say Riley is definitely among those folks. He grew up in the Bay Area, just a very short distance from where I did. So I think I was kind of immediately drawn to him in his interview process. He moved to San Luis Obispo initially to get his bachelor's degree in business administration in 2014, and then his master's degree in accounting just a year later in 2015. Other jobs took him back to the Bay Area for a couple of years, where he worked on tax compliance issues for a number of private firms, as well as served as a private equity fund accountant for a firm that actually works with CalPERS. And so in that role, he got some exposure to governmental pensions, which I think will serve him very well in his new role here at the city. Shortly after a couple years in the Bay Area, like most of us, he felt a call to come back to San Luis Obispo, recognizing, of course, what a unique and special place this is, and has been back in the area since 2018, working for Mindbody as a senior financial analyst. So has a really strong connection to the community, really wants to be here, very excited about all the outdoor recreational opportunities, mountain biking, getting out, doing trail maintenance, already really involved with the community. And so, one of the things that we look for, of course, when we're hiring employees at the city is not only their background and experience, but their love for the community and their desire to commit to the area and serve the community. And so I think Riley truly embodies all of that. Cannot tell you how excited we are to have him. This is we were worried that this was going to be a very difficult position to fill. And so just feel extraordinarily lucky that he's decided to join the team. This is the end of his 4th day. And so he's getting up to speed very, very quickly, helping us prepare for the mid-year report here in a couple of weeks, and already just asking incredibly insightful questions. And so I will turn it over to him to say a few words, but I'm really excited to be here this evening to introduce him to you all and to our community and the rest of our team. We're incredibly lucky to have him.
Well, thank you, Emily. Wow, what an introduction. And thank you to all the city staff and council members who I've met so far for the very, very warm welcome. My name is Riley Kuhn, and as Emily said, I've lived here for 10 years now. And as this city has become my home, I've really enjoyed serving the community, getting involved, volunteering, and I'm just thrilled for this opportunity to leverage my professional skills full-time in service to the community here at the city. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Riley. We always have amazing staff, and it's really wonderful to see continued new people join us. Excuse me. Next, we are going to have the Deputy Director of Wastewater, Chris Lehman, and Deputy Director of Engineering and Planning, Miguel Barcenas, and Department Head Aaron Floyd provide a wastewater reclamation facility update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, your Utilities Director, and as stated, I am joined this evening by our Utilities Deputy Director of Wastewater, Chris Lehman, who will be discussing the operations part of our WRF project, as well as Deputy Director of Engineering and Planning, Miguel Barcenas. If you'll recall, it was about a year ago when we had the opportunity to come in front of your council and share with council and community the progress we've made on the WRF project, and that was a much more in-depth dive. Tonight, as we're nearing the end of the stretch of this many year WRF construction project, we're excited just to give council a brief overview on where we're at with schedule, budget, a couple of challenges along the way, and the next steps for us. So with that, I'll ask Chris and Miguel to give the presentation, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Miguel Barcenas, Deputy Director for Utilities Engineering and Planning. Today we have a brief presentation on the construction process for the WRF, and we're going to be covering three aspects. We're going to go through the construction status, the key accomplishments that we've had in the past 12 months, and our target completion for substantial completion of the project. Before I jump into the presentation, I just wanted to take this opportunity and really thank council for the continued support on this project. This is a very complicated project, a very special project that the community is going to inherit and benefit for many years to come. So with that, in terms of construction status and some of the metrics that we follow, the project remains within budget. So that's great news in terms of the changing conditions that we have with inflation and all of the obstacles that come with that. That means that we've built about $103 million of infrastructure that's in place, and that equates to about 90% complete. Last year, we were at about 75% complete, so we certainly feel like we're right around the corner and we could see the finish line. So that's great news in terms of the efforts that have gone into this project. Our target substantial completion is this summer. And what that means is that all of the facilities that help us meet the regulatory requirements will be in place. There's a few steps beyond that that go with record keeping and some of the paperwork to try to get all those warranty documents in place. Some of the key accomplishments have been the community workforce. As you know, the contract was very explicit in terms of what those goals were going to be and how to achieve those goals. As you know, the goal for this project was 30%, and our average is about 78%. Another key accomplishment was the publication of an article in Engineering News Record. That's a magazine that's published nationwide. And we were selected as part of that publication because it involved capital improvement projects specifically for wastewater treatment plants. One of the reasons we were selected is this was a 100-year-old plant that was being rehabilitated. And so that presented a lot of challenges, and the level of collaboration that happened between the trades was something that the journalist identified. Another great story, we surveyed a few subcontractors, and we learned that about 14% of the labor force has retired since the project started. So the apprenticeship program has really been a huge benefit to this project and being able to backfill those vacant positions. And then last, with target completion, that's twofold. We do have a lot of funding that's coming in from grants, and those are very timely, are time-sensitive contracts. So we're on track to get those completed. The last grant that we have is through Cal OES and FEMA, and that's specifically on the flood protection measures that we have on the sludge handling facility and biosolids facility. With that, our current target is summer of this year for substantial completion. And I put a slide here to sort of give a landscape of some of the hurdles that we're dealing with. In the solid side, which is the place where we handle the sludge and then process that to create electricity by the conversion of sludge into methane, we have a total of 4 concrete tanks that are existing. They're going to be rehabilitated. And so with that, there's a lot of procedures in terms of cleaning and preparing
those existing concrete tanks for the next process. That was a cost saving measure that we opted in, but we have heard loud and clear, and we really appreciate the feedback from the community on the odor problems. That helps us gauge the effectiveness of our mitigation strategies. And going forward, we have those in place, and we hope that that will definitely make a big difference. We're expecting to have another surge of odor problems or odor surges sometime between March and April, and that's because we're going to have the second set of concrete tanks that'll have to be exposed and rehabilitated. As the construction proceeds and gets commissioned, those get transferred to the plant operations staff, and Chris Lehman's going to present the second half of the presentations, which will cover the operational aspect of this facility.
Thank you, Miguel. Madam Mayor, members of council, happy to continue the presentation. Taking a step back a little bit about the project, where we're going, where it's headed. This project is designed to improve water quality, fundamental driver of the project, and setting the stage for some things we're going to talk about, some images. Miguel's talking about solids and sludge. Really, one of the primary functions of a wastewater treatment plant is liquids and solid separation. We want to clean up the water, we want to recycle it, extract the energy, produce electricity. To do that, one of the systems we put in place is called a membrane bioreactor. And there's an image on the left-hand side of the slide, and really that membrane bioreactor, or MBR, is just a physical barrier that prevents anything from getting through that membrane but water. Everything is held back. And so this project, improved water quality. One of the other images up there is of our ultraviolet disinfection system. That ultraviolet disinfection system replaces a lot of chemical at the facility. And really this new plant is a state-of-the-art facility that's future-proof. Part of the design was to look into the future, where we're headed as a region, as an agency. We also are optimizing a lot of the plant operations through automation, better instrumentation. Second benefit, environmental benefits. We are maximizing the ability to produce recycled water. Miguel mentioned energy production through the digestion of solids and production of methane. Big increase expected in energy production will help offset that increase in energy from some of the new systems as we replace all those chemicals. And really wanted to highlight here also that this project is fundamentally regulatorily driven. We have a mandate by the State Water Resource Control Board. We have a new discharge permit. And with that, this new facility is already in compliance with those new objectives from the Water Board. So good news on that. Third fundamental benefit of the project is resiliency. So talking about things like seismic and flood protection. The image, it's a brief animation. It might not be fully showing up there, but the right image is of some of the flood modeling that was done in the planning stages of the project. Left image is flashback to last January when much of the city was underwater. And the good news was that our water resource recovery facility, full compliance the entire time, and many of the upgrades that were completed were centered around flood protection, flood walls, increased capacity, things like that. So other benefits, we are looking at construction of an additional maintenance shop. So again, looking into the future, what are we going to need at this facility as we look into the future, as the city grows, new regulations coming down the line. We are really feeling very confident that the facility is future-proof. Fourth benefit, community. This is when we're getting into the subject of things like odor control. And some of the, and I'll jump into the odor control elements and things that we're doing now, and then ultimately what's going to be completed by the end of the summer. But some other benefits of this project as it relates to the community, we do offer plant tours. Those are actually still ongoing. Many of you have been on those, and we appreciate you coming out. Those do continue. We're going to ramp those up as the project's complete and a little bit safer for the public. We're also very proud of a partnership we have with Cal Poly, and there is a research program known as Sustainable Utilities Research and Education Program. an image up here. Congressman Carbajal toured the site about a year ago and was really complimentary of the program. Many peer-reviewed journal studies have been published as a result of this program as well. And you can't see it, it's a very small image, but we just had a recent publication in December of 2023. So very cool program, and then really engaging with the public and doing education, outreach. We work with a lot of schools as well as Cal Poly. So kind of really the highlight of this presentation, we wanted to really not dodge the question of odor control, understanding many community members, this is the only thing that influences them, does it smell? And so, as Miguel mentioned, a lot of challenges over the past 8 months, particularly as some of these new facilities are sequenced online. Some of the things that staff has done in the meantime, fundamentally, we want to eliminate the potential for any health risk to the community as well as staff. So in the lower right-hand corner of these images, one of the things that staff did was to survey some of the neighboring neighborhoods for potential health hazards. We want to really collect the data. We don't want to go off of anything subjective. So staff went out and surveyed. And then back at the facility, there is the question of, is our staff safe? And so hard to see again. I wish I could blow up some of these images now that I look at it. But the center image there, one of the things that we do for staff is everyone wears a personal gas monitor throughout the site. So as the conditions are changing and we're potentially concerned about any health hazards, that personal monitor is going to alarm and alert that we need to evacuate and clear the area. A lot of other work has gone on. We could talk about this for a whole nother hour, but some of the other images that are up on the screen, portable dewatering skids, portable thickeners. The name of the game was to remove septic solids from the facility, and that was the source of these odors. And as Miguel alluded to, the end is in sight. We're getting very close to the end of this project, but we got a ways to go. In the meantime, there are impacts on the community, and we recognize that. So kind of giving a quick recap of some of the things that we've done in the meantime, and then I'd like to move forward to where we're going to be by the end of summer. Staff recognized through the planning process there are some very targeted sources of odor at the facility. One of the sources, the upper left-hand image, is a pile of dewatered, digested sludge. And essentially, to put some context into this, the Water Resource Recovery Facility is essentially a bug factory. So we take organic solids, we convert it into microbiology. We do a lot of good things with that microbiology. We produce electricity, and then ultimately we can make things like compost that we can recycle. That digested microbiology, those bugs, the solids, right now they currently sit in a big pile, and that's the upper left-hand image, out near Prado Road, and that's not the best place for that to be. So in the new facility, those solids are going to be stored in an airtight container. And then that airtight container has odor control connected to it, ducting. It's going to route through an air scrubber. A lot of other sites across the campus that have potentially odor generating conditions. The other image I want to highlight is the lower right-hand corner. And this is one of the clarification tanks. So what we've done is install baffling that covers you create aerosols with water. That's a potential odor source. All of these systems across the site are connected to a foul air ducting system. And that air runs through, that air runs through a scrubber. 3D rendering of what that's going to look like. We have the tank in place, but it hasn't been retrofitted and completed yet. But essentially all that air is going to be conditioned and then released, and that is the source ultimately of the odor at the facility. So again, recognizing we have a few months to go, the end is in sight. There are things we need to do now before that project's complete, but very excited to report that this was part of the design to take care of the odor. And we really want to be a good member of the community. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. What we did want to highlight on this slide also is that we'd encourage the public to visit slowcity.org and download the Ask Slow app, really encouraging the public to use that as a system to get feedback in to staff. And then we also do have a project website if anyone would like to visit, and that's listed on the screen.
Thank you so much, and thank you for addressing the odors as well. I know that was a lot of comments that we received in the community. So, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious, when those septic solids are removed, excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold, I sound terrible. When those septic solids are removed, where do they go? How do you dispose of them?
That's a great question, and something we're also very proud of, and that's the reason this facility is known as the Water Resource Recovery Facility. 100 years ago, it was a wastewater plant, a sewer plant, and so one of the things we do, we extract energy, we extract recycled water, but we also remove those solids, and the current process that we're doing now is they're actually composted, and they are sent to a regional composting facility in the city of Santa Maria, right down the road from us, and they're blended with other, mainly products from greenhouses, and they blend it all together and they produce a compost. Very highly regulated compost, but that's the ultimate destination. It does not go to the landfill.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease. No? Sure. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on being under budget still. That's fantastic. You had mentioned that there's going to be another period when the other two tanks are being cleaned out. Forgive me, what was the name of those tanks? The concrete tanks. When they're being rehabilitated, that is going to also kind of cause additional odor issues sometime in the spring. Do we anticipate that being on par with the previous bout of odor that we experienced, or were there lessons learned in the mitigation from that that are going to hopefully improve things for us?
That's a great question. We don't anticipate that it'll be as strong. The biggest factor for the first phase of construction was the temperature. So when we got into the summer months, that temperature really promotes that strong odor. So we do expect a little bit of an odor similar to ammonia, but for the most part, we feel like we've got enough contingency plans in place. Some of them include odorizers that we can inject into the stream of the sewer. And then we have mechanical scrubbers that will help us filtrate some of the air. So, once we get into construction, we'll be able to gauge that, but certainly the feedback from the public is appreciated so we can adjust our strategies.
Well, thank you for the discussion of some of the issues that have been encountered, but more importantly, I just, again, want to congratulate you all on a really exciting project, and obviously you've been internationally recognized, and you've just done a really fabulous job with project management the whole way through, so thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't agree more. Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have any questions at this point, but just, congratulations as we get close to that finish line, and the consistency to be able to keep this project from, those initial stages of design and funding and bidding and being able to carry it all the way through. It's just been super impressive. So I appreciate even when there's items of concern that come up, that there's still the communication team is all in place and ready to go with that. So thank you.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues, and I have to say that going to the wastewater, I always want to say the R is wrong, resource facility twice is nothing that I expected to say that I'd be really excited to do. And it really, each time I've gone, it's been so exciting to see the communication, the collaboration, the partnerships, and just to continue to learn more and more about how we are working through the beginning to the end of our water process. So thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to, as you continue to also share with us what you've learned. And I thank you, Councilmember Francis, for asking that, because already just seeing how we can look at a little less odor would be wonderful. So we look forward to that. Well, thank you very much, and I will move on to City Manager Derek Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll be as brief as I can tonight, but I've got some important items to cover that I think the council and the committee will want to get an update on. First off, I'm happy to follow up with the presentation from the last meeting and talk about the application period for the upcoming 2024 Community Academy. And the application period opens up on January 29th at 5:30. Just as a reminder, the San Luis Obispo Community Academy is a free 6-session interactive program that provides an excellent opportunity for community participants to learn more about their city government and its impact. Participants that go through the process will have a chance to meet with council members, department heads, and staff. The program provides thorough presentations and interactive sessions, and participants really will learn how decisions are made, how funds are allocated, and how departments operate. Participants will be enrolled on a first-come, first-served basis, and the city looks forward to a more engaged community through this program. And to apply, you can visit www.slowcity.org/academy to apply. Moving on to some park and recreation opportunities, and really excited about this is the opportunity to discover the joy and learning of swimming at the SLO Swim Center, where you can learn, swim, grow in water, returns next Tuesday. The program runs from today through May 28th, and every fourth Tuesday of the month. There's a reading time from 11 a.m. to 11:30, and then swim time from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Story time is followed by the optional play and will be free for all children who attend. Guardians or parents will need to pay $4.25 for the entry. If you have any questions, you can call the SLO Swim Center at 805-781-7288. Transitioning to our 24-25 Human Services grants, the application period is open and closes on March 1st, 2024 at 5 p.m. As a reminder, the Human Services grants are designed to provide financial support to nonprofit organizations that promote economic and social well-being of residents. The funding priorities of the Human Services grant are homelessness prevention, affordable and alternative housing, supportive services, and transitional housing. There are also additional funding areas that are considered, and they also include hunger, malnutrition prevention, supportive physical and mental health services, seniors, vets, people with disabilities, supportive developmental and care services with children and youth, and programs that encourage DEI to marginalize support for marginalized communities, including language access. For more information about the timeline for the grant, information can be found at slowcity.org/grants. Shifting to our update of our capital improvement program, work on the North Chorro Greenway project continues with some recent weather-related delays that have occurred. Construction of the retaining wall on the west side of Broad Street near Mission is nearly complete, as well as the concrete bike path behind the Ramona Shopping Center, which will be opened for public use. Major items of remaining work include roadway slurry sealing, street striping and signage, and completion of improvements under the Chorro bike path, which include installation of art fence and accent and safety lighting, as well as protected bike medians on the roadway. Work is expected to be completed in spring 2024 with the completion of the underpass art fencing, and that is all really weather dependent. Shifting to our 2023 arterials paving project, the contractor is currently working on culvert and sidewalk repairs on Monterey Street, and the public can expect to see work on Mill Street and striping and concrete bike medians installed on Santa Barbara. Commuters should expect some travel delays and lane shifts through the work zones. Project area maps to help clarify the work limits, as well as ongoing updates, can be found at the website, which we've been referring to throughout the course of these projects, the Slow in Motion, or you can email us at slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or you can call us at 805-783-7887. And again, that website is slowcity.org/slowinmotion. I know tonight is, you've got an item on your regular agenda for regarding transit, but I did want to share some ridership update information. And so to share with the council, slow transit ridership is up 13.5% when compared to the first 6 months of operations compared to last year. General ridership is over 17%, while Cal Poly ridership is up nearly 11%. If these ridership trends continue the rest of the year, then we will see close to 600,000 trips, which is the highest point since the pre-pandemic levels when ridership was about 1 million annually. The new Flyer battery electric bus, which is pictured on the screen, is being provided on Route 2A, and transit staff is monitoring battery capacity to determine if the bus can run on the longer 3 and 4 routes. The other electric bus, which is the Proterra battery electric bus, is awaiting the final fare collection components before it's put into service. One of the important pieces, of course, is the charging station infrastructure project at the bus yard is nearing completion. And so the next steps are for ChargePoint, who is our overall contractor for charging facilities, both public and for our fleet, is to inspect and commission the initial 2 charging stations. Staff is working on securing funds for additional charging stations and power blocks to support continued transition to that zero emission fleet. Council, of course, has the item before you tonight on the Transit Innovations Study, as well as an item for a draft resolution for a pilot program for K through 12. In March, Council is also scheduled to hear the adoption of the SLOW's Transit's innovative Clean Transit Rollout Plan, and as well as the codification of Passenger Code of Conduct Policy. So these are all items that will be moving forward to the City Council, and you'll have a chance to take a look at the budget projections at mid-year on February 6th, excuse me, and so you'll get a full update of the budget as well. I also want to share with the council just a parking program update through the holidays. And so we've wrapped up the holiday season and parking stats from November 20th, 2023 through January 6th. The increase in overall sessions by 12% from 2022, reduction in structure sessions from previous years, but we will still see an increase in on-street sessions. During the 12 days of free parkings, we recorded over 21,000 free sessions in the parking structures. So a significant amount of activity downtown. I just want to remind the council of some significant parking structure work that'll be occurring over the next few months. At the Palm Street structure includes cleaning, concrete repair, coating, and painting. Work is underway at 842 Palm right now through the end of April, 919 Palm, May through the end of August, and the parking structures will remain open, but portions may be closed off during different phases of the project. There will be a 2-day period during at 919 Palm where the structure is closed to maintenance of the ramp, and this will be scheduled on days that we have historically low volumes, and we'll communicate via social media, e-notification, and outreach to downtown SLO. During this first phase of work, if drivers do find the lot is full at 842 Palm, we encourage folks to park at the other 2 structures at 919 Palm structure or 871 Marsh Street. I also want to share with the council that the parking rate study is underway. The consultant has been selected. They're called Dixon Unlimited. They have over 30 years of experience and have made extensive contributions to the parking and mobility industry. And they've worked in 20 cities and most recently with the cities of Paso Robles. Staff is excited to have them on board and confident in their ability to provide quality services to our community on this high priority project. Very important for this effort is stakeholder meetings with the Parking Steering Committee and the Downtown SLO Parking and Access Rate Study Task Force. And we're planning a series of community meetings. And we've got 3 set aside with the 2 identified with specific dates and times. The first one on February 13th from 6 to 8 at the Library Community Room. And then on Valentine's Day on February 14th from 12 to 1, which is a virtual meeting. And then to be determined a mid-March meeting. Our outreach will also include online surveys, booths at Farmers Market, and just a reminder of the project schedule. that includes outreach, data collection, and analysis. Preparation of the report will be happening over the next 2 months, with the final plan and recommendation to be presented to the council on April 16th. Shifting to more parking updates, an update on our Cultural Arts District parking structure. Due to the less than ideal weather conditions, which are likely going to persist for some time, the start of grading has been delayed, but we have been actively engaged with our contractor, Swinnerton Construction. Late January through March, what you'll see is site preparation and retaining walls. So as Swinnerton anticipates grading and haul off of soil as early as this month, weather permitting, and the contractor is waiting for a shorter period of time when the soil can dry out prior to commencing the earthwork. And then they'll start drilling, installing some of the shoring wall and vibro piers for ground improvements. While this is an exciting milestone for the project, we understand that the drilling does come with some noise and inconvenience to the surrounding area. In fact, the vibration compacting the rock on the vibro piers may not only be heard, but it might be felt in the surrounding areas. And so we'll be working with our communications team and staff, updating our city's website, posting on social media, and sending out mailers to the surrounding areas in early February, giving the details of the construction methods to make sure that people have effective communication and notice prior to this disruptive work. And just a reminder is that the project completion is expected to be completed by the end of 2025. Despite the delayed start, we remain on track and to complete that by 2025. And we certainly understand that this is a crucial project, and we're doing what we can to minimize the impacts to the downtown businesses and surrounding community. Moving next to an update on SLO Restaurant Week. It took place from January 12th to the 21st, and we were excited to launch this as our very first campaign. Instead of the typical prix-fixe meals in the previous SLOCAL restaurant months, restaurants were asked to discount their menu. We're not asked to discount their menu, but rather pick 2 items to offer specials during their weeks as perfect pairings. Diners were encouraged to visit restaurants for this perfect pairing. One lucky diner that visited a participating eatery during the restaurant week was selected for a prize and totaling $1,000. To get out the word of the program, the city ran ads, created a toolkit, and information across the various different social media channels. And we partnered with local broadcaster Adam Montiel, who acted as the face and the voice of the SLO Restaurant Week. Overall, staff's assessment is it was a great success, and feedback from our partners, and we'll be working to expand the program into the future with support from local eateries. With that said, Eat Local bonus continues to the end of month, where diners can spend $100 at local eateries and get a $25 gift card to another local eatery, and more information can be found at eatlocalbonusslo.com. Next, shifting to an exciting event that many people have been working on, including some of our community partners, and the city is proud to be sponsoring the first SLO Lunar New Year celebration of its kind. It's a partnership with Carson Butler Events and the staff in the Economic Development and Tourism team. The event will take place on Saturday, February 10th. Funding comes from the PCC and the Economic Development Program. This is a family-friendly event, and there will be educational aspects as well as entertainment for the community to enjoy throughout the day. Palm Street will have a partial closure for the block party, and it's the best viewing spot for the SLO's first ever drone show. Which will be closing out the evening at 6 p.m. All are invited to join and learn about the Chinese heritage and connect with the community in celebrating Lunar New Year 2024, the Year of the Dragon. Next, moving forward, I just want to share with the council some of the work that continues from the Bowden Ranch, or the Lizzie Fire. So this screen shows the before and after. A number of eucalyptus and other trees in the Bowden Ranch open space were damaged from the fire. They did pose a threat because they were hazardous, and the city utilized the contract tree removal service and removed trees identified by our professional arborists. Last week, the crews completed this work, and staff will work with the California Conservation Corps over the first 2 weeks in February to continue the cleanup and cutout material in these areas and coordinate with the Fire Safe Council for additional hazardous fuel reduction between Lizzie and Woodland in the near future. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg Herman, and he's going to come forward and give the council an update on our broadband initiative.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Greg Herman, Deputy City Manager. Happy to be here tonight to provide a few quick updates on our broadband work, which I know is a project that we're all really excited about. The first is with our last mile federal funding grant, and so grateful to the Council for the approval of the broadband plan and also the authorization to apply for that grant. We were one of 21 different applicants for that on the Central Coast. Just as a reminder, that has $112 million total in funding, but it's unique in the sense that it has $22 million that will go directly to San Luis Obispo County recipients. I'm proud to say that we were one of only 2 public agencies that ended up applying for that grant funding, and we're eagerly awaiting the decision of the CPUC on that, which we anticipate in spring of this year. In parallel, we are working on our design and engineering work that was also approved as a part of our broadband plan adoption. That's to design out our backbone ring. We need to complete that work in order to be competitive for our grants because that's what effectively makes a project shovel ready. It also allows us to use that original ARPA funding that was allocated for these purposes before the funding deadline. And then the last piece is that we're working on is our preferred partner. So a requirement of the federal grant and potential future grants is to have a private ISP partner to apply with that can work with us in the provision of internet services once we have some of the infrastructure in place. We received direction as a part of the broadband plan adoption to release an RFP. We reviewed those responses and have selected what we believe is a preferred partner. We're about ready to kick off the negotiations for a final partnership agreement. Anticipate coming back to the council also in spring with a final partnership agreement. We do need to have all of these funds expended by the end of 2026. If everything goes according to plan, we would potentially start to see the provision of new services in 2025, but certainly by 2026 for people to be able to take advantage of. Thank you.
That's fantastic news. Thank you. Well, thank you for all of this. I mean, that was really a great report. I have a couple questions. The Community Academy, you already mentioned it, but I apologize. What was the maximum amount of people we can have in the academy?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I believe we're shooting for 30. Yeah, correct, 30.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And for the Slow Restaurant Week, we don't know yet how much, right? The quantity of dollars or participants.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the question. We do not know that information. We will certainly tally and bring that forward. But I see a friend who's ready to step forward who maybe has a laptop in her hand and has better information.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of Slow Restaurant Week, one of the things that we were focused on in that program was not necessarily the dollar amounts for what the spending was. And so what we do know is that we had over 1,000 participants in the 10-day program, and that was the goal that we were targeting and we were looking for. So we actually had 41 restaurants and over 1,000, so exactly 1,003 entries into the program. But in terms of Eat Local bonus, the program is continuing to go very strong. We, at the start of this week, we do a calculation each week to understand kind of how we're navigating through the program. Because of council's additional investment that you all made into the program, we are happy to be able to still have the program operating in January. If we hadn't had that additional investment, the program would already be done at this point in the month. So we are pacing to be on target to get to the end of the month. We had, at the start of this week, about 800 gift cards left out of the 200 available in the program.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Yes, had another question about the Community Academy. I know that the application opens on the 29th, but for those who are thinking about applying and wondering what the time commitment and the duration of that's going to be, can you just kind of summarize how long the program goes? And is it one night a week, one night a month, that sort of thing?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's roughly, it's 6 sessions. We look to then calendar those 6 sessions. It's probably a total, I would say, of 30 to 40 hours of time commitment to be conservative, both the kind of the pre-work and then also participating in the sessions. I think that's a fair estimate. It really depends on how engaged and how in depth each of one of the participants wants to go.
I guess I was thinking in terms of duration, like is it, is it once a month or do we know that yet?
Madam Mayor and council members, we haven't established the schedule. We'll do some of that with the participants. We want to try to maximize participation. So we typically do kind of a doodle poll and, work to see with the folks and see where we can land on dates and times. But Greg, am I getting that accurate?
Yes, it's about once a week for the duration of the program. And we have more information on the city's website, including some additional FAQs for folks who are interested.
Perfect, thank you. Question about the North Toro Greenway and the work that's happening there still, because we have gotten some questions about when that project's going to be completed. I know you've mentioned in the past that it's scheduled to be, I'm sure, weather dependent, sometime in March. Questions about, will there be planters? What do bikes do in the duration while the construction is still happening? Is there anybody that can address some of those questions tonight?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask Jennifer Rice, our Deputy Director for Mobility Services, come up and give an overview.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Can you list all the questions again? I know you said like 4 of them.
Are there going to be any planters or other dividers besides the curbing that is there along most of the route that is the bikeway in particular?
Correct. Yeah. So right now the bike medians are shaped kind of where they have a little notch out of them for most of the route that has enough right of way to be able to have a 3-foot median. So in those areas where there's a notch out, those will have planter boxes all along it. So the whole entire corridor has about 250 planter boxes that will be along the whole thing. There's a few segments where the right of way is just more constrained. And so in those cases, there's just a 1-foot wide curb. And so there won't be planter boxes adjacent to those.
Thank you. And then in the interim, while the construction is still happening, what's the recommendation? I know that the bike lanes themselves are technically closed still because it's all under construction. So what is the recommendation for drivers and bicyclists during this interim time? How do they use the roadway?
Yes. So you're right. We haven't officially opened the bike lanes. So bicyclists and vehicles should be sharing the travel lane just during the construction time. We have noticed, though, that bicyclists are using the where there is a separated bike lane already. So just for the sake of public safety, we are cleaning those and keeping them clear of debris and cones and signage. So we do have the contractor walking the site and our inspection team walking the site daily to make sure that those bike lanes are clear, even though they're not technically open for the public.
Thank you. I appreciate that update.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you always for continuing to add updated information for parking. I see a lot of responses to the community about what's happening and also really taking into effect their feedback and making some changes like the planters and identifying where the bike is and where you're opening your car door, and just as an example of, there's a lot of comments and just really appreciate your team. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, no questions. Just wanted to put in another plug for the Community Academy. I was a 2022 graduate of the Community Academy, and just every single presenter, the field trips, everything that was put together was incredibly thoughtful and engaging. And if you're on the fence about applying for the program, I encourage you to check it out. It was incredibly eye-opening, and you get to hang out with all of these wonderful folks in this room. So please apply.
Thank you. Well, now's the time where public comment about things that are not on the agenda. So we have a consent agenda, and we have an action agenda with action items, and we have a study session. So if you have a comment about any of those, hang tight. If you have something else, please let us know. I know some people have already responded to the city clerk, and I've seen at least one hand on Zoom. If there are any people on Zoom that would still like to put in a public comment about items not on the agenda, please raise your hand. City Clerk.
Okay, we have 6 speakers right now. So the first one is Brendan Jacoby, then Jerry Clemens, and then Diego Cervantes.
Great. And as he is coming to the front of the room, just thought I'd remind us all on our civility guidelines. Make sure that we are listening first. We're trying to make an honest effort to understand and listen, respect different opinions, show courtesy, criticize constructively, and debate the policy, not the person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Brendan Jacoby, and I'm excited to speak before you all as a member of the Slow Rent Coalition. We've developed an acronym to represent the values of our organization. FUSS, fairness, unity, safety, and stability. And tonight I'm here to tell you why I choose to make a fuss. Last week, my friend Cy and his 5 roommates approached me about a situation they're experiencing with their landlord. Cy knows that I'm a member of the Slow Rent Coalition and have been advocating for tenants' rights since June 2023. Cy told me their landlord is planning to evict them and are desperately trying to educate themselves on their rights as tenants. Like most people, my friends never thought they would get evicted. Through a loophole in the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, landlords can evict their tenants under the guise of facilitating a, quote, substantial remodel. This is commonly referred to as a rent eviction. Rent evictions are one of many no-fault evictions that are illegal under California law and create unnecessary pain, pressure, and panic on tenants' lives. Some unscrupulous landlords and management companies use this loophole to evict as an excuse to evict tenants so they can jack up the rents after making only cosmetic upgrades that don't meet the standard of a, quote, substantial remodel. This is the situation Cy and his housemates are facing. Through no fault of their own, with a lack of protection from the law, my friends are left to fend for themselves on the rental market. What is currently happening to my friends right now as we are meeting is unfair. It is disorienting, it is destabilizing, but it is preventable. The Tenant Protection Act functions as a baseline for municipalities. However, it allows local ordinances that are more protective. My friends do not have to be evicted. Their situation is preventable. I ask that you enact an ordinance to limit rent evictions and other no-fault evictions. Our neighbors in Santa Barbara have such an ordinance that would protect residents like Cy and his roommates from being evicted. I ask that you join our northern neighbors in Salinas and Monterey in passing more robust tenant protections to ensure that no matter where we live or what we look like, who we love, or how we vote, we all possess safe, secure, and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jerry Clemens, and then Diego Cervantes.
Okay, I push a button. Oh, I hear me. Hi, Mayor Stewart and City Council members and staff. My name is Jerry Clemens. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo City, as well as a member of the Third Order of the Secular Franciscans. Oh my gosh, I'm going to cry. Okay, of the Catholic faith. I'm here to share a message from our order, national order, and local order as well, and other faith leaders to show solidarity with members of the communities of Gaza and the West Bank, to show our support for an immediate ceasefire, and to support the Palestinian population in our local communities by supporting H.R. 786. I am asking you, our city leaders to support an immediate ceasefire resolution, as other cities have done throughout the United States and California, such as Long Beach, San Francisco, Richmond, by placing on the agenda as soon as possible to support a resolution. I would like to read this statement in our calls to Congress and the President from the third order. As a person of faith, I believe in the sanctity of all life. I am very concerned about the death and destruction in the escalating, Israel-Hamas conflict. Only a ceasefire will stop the loss of civilian life in Gaza, allow humanitarian aid to reach those in need, many of whom are injured, sick, and starving, fend off the likelihood of increased regional violence, and create an atmosphere to resume negotiations for the release of remaining hostages held by Hamas, as well as Palestinian prisoners held without due process of law. There can be no military solution to the conflict. I ask that you work toward an immediate ceasefire. I want to state that as a member of San Luis Obispo community, I stay here because I believe we strive to be a morally conscientious community that strives to be inclusive and supportive to all communities, albeit LGBTQ members, faith communities, the homeless, our environmental people. Our city wants to live these values, I believe. We are not perfect, nor will we ever get it all right. But at least we have the desire, I believe, and willingness to act on these values. All the more reason to speak out and support a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. We are our brothers and sisters' keepers. Speaking out is the right thing to do. Let's take the moral high ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Diego is Olivia Mumberg, and then Barry Price.
Hello, City Council. My name is Diego Cervantes, and I am a member of the San Luis Obispo Rent Coalition. Throughout the past year, my colleagues and I have worked to understand and fight for renters' issues in the city, and have given public comment on previous occasions. As I stand here again today, the plight of so many renters has still gone largely unaddressed. The problems are obvious: unsafe living conditions, economic inviability for renters, and corporate landlords who control the housing market and lack even basic respect for their tenants. These conditions have mobilized the people of San Luis Obispo to create the Slow Rent Coalition, our fledgling tenants union. The times I have spoken beforehand, my concerns mainly pertain to student housing, but the crisis is of greater breadth than the university population. In a city of over 47,000 people, 60% of households are lived in by renters. This reality is reflected by the diversity of our coalition. Our members come from all walks of life, and we are of all ages and of all parts of the county. While our base is here in the city of San Luis Obispo, we have members from Grover Beach, Nipomo, Morro Bay, and Los Osos, just to name a few. We are the heart and soul of San Luis Obispo, and we have come to you today, again calling for your action to bring an end to the neglect and mistreatment that so many in this city are facing. We want more robust code enforcement to ensure that housing is safe. We want working deadbolts on our doors, and we want indoor air quality that is not poisoned by black mold. We want more robust tenant protections that allow tenants to live free of fear of retaliation by their landlords for reporting and resisting substandard living conditions. As our numbers grow, we will continue to fight for these measures with increasing strength and determination, and our calls for action will only get louder. And throughout all of this, I look forward to seeing the action that this council takes to ensure our efforts are not in vain, now that the scope and severity of this issue has now been made so abundantly clear. And for all others listening to this who are struggling with their rental conditions or simply want to see a future in which they can someday live in a place of your own, I encourage you to join the Slow Rent Coalition. We see your struggle and are here to fight for you. And through our collective action, we can strive for better futures for all of us and increasing prosperity for our community. Once again, Council, thank you for listening, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Olivia Mumberg, and then Barry Price. And that's our final speaker in the room.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Today I had planned to read a much different statement than I am going to. Although what I was going to say is very important, it can wait, as I feel it is important to pivot in a time of heightened fear. I thought I should use this time to call attention to an event that took place on Cal Poly's campus today. Today, Cal Poly Police and SLO PD responded to a small group of protesters outside the career fair being held at the rec center. This protest, for those of you who do not know, was in response to a company that was hosted at the career fair that is supporting a genocide in Gaza. I'm not here to talk about the war or the politics of it. I'm here to talk about what Cal Poly students witnessed as a very unorganized group of officers responded to a protest that was nearing a violent side, and I would argue would never have become violent if the officers had been more organized. After today, we saw students, along with other community members, assault officers, officers assault a student, and quite literally a police blockade in front of our rec center on campus. The effects of today are not good for the police officers that serve this city, especially after the recent expansions of safety enhancement zones, which I still do support. SLO PD has major work to do with their relationship with students. I can tell you right now that an increased police presence of any kind anywhere on campus will not go over well after the events of today. I hope that you can tell I'm not blaming anyone, and really this statement is about not taking sides at all. What I am here to share is that students are severely shaken up about today's events. I have great respect for the city and SLO PD and Cal Poly Police, but there needs to be workshopping between all groups to improve their strategies when responding to events on campus like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Price, and then our first speaker online will be Shauna Stillwell, and then Jean Nelson.
Greeting Mayor Stewart, members of council, staff. I'm also speaking tonight as a member of the SLO Rent Coalition. It doesn't matter where we come from, what we look like, no matter who we love or how we vote, we all deserve safe, secure, and affordable housing. We all recognize that the housing train has sort of gone off the rails here when so many crucial members of our community are priced out entirely or forced to pay excessive rents that make them choose between housing, food, healthcare, transportation, or the other necessities of life. Whether you're a senior like me or a student like Brendan or Diego, whether you're a mom or dad, a teacher or a doctor, a building trades worker, a service worker, or a member of our small business community, we are all impacted seriously by this. So what are we gonna do to get the train back on the track and moving in the right direction? We know we have to update and modernize our local regulations and enact more robust tenant protections. We know we need to deprivatize a significant percentage of the housing stock to make it permanently affordable. And we know we have to recognize and combat the predatory practices of some unscrupulous landlords and property managers. Now, it's going to take courage and it's going to take determination to accomplish that. But our city is up to this task. We've done hard things before. We've had leaders who dared to look down the road and envision the kind of city we all want to live in. Those leaders listened carefully to the entire community, and they didn't give in to the economic royalists, the naysayers, or the moneyed interests who cried about the destruction of the local economy or just threw up roadblocks to try to thwart progress. And we know that will happen. But our leaders stood by their values and their vision for a better future. Together, we can do the same thing now and create a city where everyone can thrive no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shauna, you can go ahead.
Good evening, esteemed council members, Mayor Stewart, dedicated staff, and fellow community members. My name is Shauna Stillwell. I am honored to stand before you as a member of the Slow Rent Coalition. I was born in the bustling city of LA, but raised amidst the serene beauty of our Central Coast. I have lived in this area on and off since 1980. Raised by a single mother, I waltzed through life to the rhythm of poverty. I was independent at 16 on my own for the first time when in 1992, my studio apartment in Santa Maria cost $400 a month. I faced homelessness in my late teens, sleeping in my car, but always managed to pull out ahead and secure safe and affordable housing. Fast forward to today, I am nearly 8 years sober, graduating summa cum laude in May with a BA in Human Services and eyeing a graduate program in political science. For people like me, the need for affordable, safe, and easily accessible housing in our beautiful city is dire. Everyone, regardless of their journey, deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. And securing safe, affordable, and easily accessible housing should be a fundamental right, not a Herculean task. As you know, the median home price for the 93401 zip code is soaring far above the national average and even the state average. Meanwhile, the poverty rate is unfortunately not lagging far behind. Even the professionals our community needs desperately to thrive, like teachers, doctors, psychologists, social workers, and medical technicians, are struggling to call San Luis Obispo home. If they can't afford it, what about the rest of us? Imagine a future where our downtown is a thriving business hub that includes homes for those who live and work here. Picture a San Luis Obispo where the laughter of children echoes in truly affordable homes, where dreams take flight without a heavy burden of unaffordable rent, where we can see addiction and mental health rates decline due to the availability of safe, affordable, and easily accessible housing for every person who resides in our great city. Together, we can make this vision a reality. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our beloved community.
Thank you so much.
Jean Nelson, and then Yiming Liu. Mr. Nelson, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I'm a resident of the city of San Luis Obispo. This is an extension of my comments on December 5th and 19th, 2023, and January 9th, 2024, which were in the premises there in the city hall. My doctor advised me to not go today because I'm fighting the flu, so I'm calling from home. So this is continued criticism of the so-called Slow Streets Complete project. First, I want to share some positive developments. I see that Fund 507 is planning to allocate $846,000 for widening of Higuera at 50 Higuera Street, and also Higuera widening from Bridge to Elks for $420,000. Those are positive changes. We see, however, that businesses are closing or moving away from downtown. And I would hope that this is something that the city council would be working to mitigate, not aggravate. Furthermore, the place where I live, Chumash Village, is still awaiting a community engagement meeting at our clubhouse as we previously requested. All we've heard is crickets. And then the fundamental point is that it's a misuse of circulation elements to be places to park vehicles, or in the case of South Higuera between Bridge and Margarita, to just block off 2 lanes. I plan to participate in the Active Transportation Committee Citizen Advisory Meeting scheduled about 8 weeks from today on Thursday, March 21st at 6 p.m. at City Hall. And I invite other interested members of the community to participate in that important meeting. We need to keep our streets doing their job, allowing us to get quickly from point A to point B, not facing congestion during rush hours. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, Yiming is our last speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, Derek, just a funny story last night. I was on the 4B 915, one of the later buses, and the tentative agreement had just been reached. I asked the bus driver, it doesn't count as crossing the picket lines if there's a tentative agreement, right? But no, he still dropped me off at Grandin McCullum, which is okay. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Francis for showing up to the CFA rally yesterday. Students, we support our faculty, and I'm glad to see that there is a tentative agreement reached between the university and the faculty. I also wanted to let the council know that graduate students and our student assistants on campus are in the midst of a union election. They will be represented by SEIU or CSUEU if the vote goes through, and ballots will be sent out tomorrow, and I encourage all our TAs to vote yes and vote union. I have some thoughts about the slow transit, but I'll save that for when the item comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other comments?
That was it.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'll see you back in 5 minutes. All right, we're calling meeting back to order, and I want to thank everyone in person and on Zoom for bringing in your your comments that were not on the agenda. And there were definitely a few things that I thought would be nice to have addressed from staff. And I think also I just wanted to say thank you also for Councilmember Francis for showing up at the CFA strike yesterday as well. On one of my many hats, I am a faculty member now as of this quarter, and so was on strike yesterday, and just want to thank you for that. City Manager, did you want to address the downtown business comment as we are in process of hiring someone within economic development to do just that?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of council, every opportunity I like to say that we've got, less than a 9% vacancy rate in our downtown. We have nearly double the number of businesses that opened last year than ultimately close. Of course, every time a business closes in our community, it's an impact, and we take a look at why that happened and see, is there anything that the city can do to keep that from happening? But overall, our downtown continues to see some success and some challenges, and I know there's an item that we'll be bringing to the council at some point as the calendar clears up to talk about vacancies in our downtown. We are hiring we will be hiring a business analyst that will be assisting with our economic development program overall, that will be assisting specifically on downtown and economic activity. And you'll see an item and a report coming to the council on February 6th. We'll be talking about a variety of issues. In fact, tonight, many of the speakers talked about some policy adjustments to the south in Santa Barbara County, and we'll be providing an overview of our major city goals. And if council wants to adjust any sort of our work program in light of the ongoing input, you can do that at that time. We'll be prepared to talk about the trade-offs, and we would probably most immediate in the springtime, as we have a number of housing items and the housing staff is working on over the next couple of years. And if council wants to pivot in a new direction, we'd look for that direction. With regards to our Chumash Village meeting request, we're continuing our outreach. We've encouraged people to participate in the Active Transportation Committee as we work through kind of the nascent stages of the plan. There will be plenty of opportunities for people to come and meet with city staff and talk about the different designs, and we encourage people to come to those public meetings. With regards to the events that happened on campus today, you did see a statement from Cal Poly earlier today. There was a statement that was released from the police department just prior to the meeting.
I know we have representatives from Cal Poly here tonight if they want to amplify those comments. Certainly, it was troubling to see the events that unfolded on campus today as we were called to provide mutual aid support for Cal Poly in response to growing escalation of violence on campus. With that, I would ask our Chief Scott to come forward and address some of the specifics, and he can talk about the steps forward.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chief Scott.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson, and Madam Mayor, members of council, allowing me the opportunity to respond and certainly address the troubling events that we witnessed today. And so, again, to echo the speaker's comments, and any violence it should be disturbing, and we shouldn't be in a position to ever tolerate violence either here or abroad. So when those things occur, especially when police use force, it can be certainly jarring and very, very troubling, as it should be. For today's incident, we got called to Cal Poly to assist in what was a planned protest that had become violent. I'm told that the protesters had used some kind of makeshift shields to force or attempt to force their way into the building where a job fair was located. They called for emergency assistance for SLO PD to come and assist, as we did. Once we joined with Cal Poly to try to calm down the protest and get the individuals to comply, they refused. And one of the protesters had reached for the weapon of one of our police officers and actually obtained possession of what we call a less lethal device. The officer had to use force to control that situation. Once the situation was under control, the person was placed into custody and taken to the county jail. The person has been arrested for attempting to take a police officer's weapon, as well as 2 other charges to go along with that. That is a felony, that particular offense. So right now I'm told that a total of 8 people were arrested in today's altercation. Again, I just want to reemphasize this was a planned, peaceful protest that became unpeaceful, and force, violence was used, and unfortunately the police had to respond to quickly control that incident. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Any use of force by any of our officers is subject to a thorough investigation to make sure that that force complies or does not comply with our policies, as will be the case in this situation, and we'll be happy to report back the findings once we have that information.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And I have to agree that no matter whether the experience was expected or not, it's still very stressful and not a good experience for all involved, bystanders or not. So Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, City Manager, as well, for all the answers. And Vice Mayor Pease.
I just wanted to appreciate that the SLO Rent Coalition has come together, that's an organization that I think our community has been lacking, a tenant union, tenants' rights advocacy organization. So I really appreciate the work. And I'm glad that other cities are joining, I think, having some consistency of voice throughout the county. And so I'm glad they come here with passion, and I feel like, open arms, like, yeah, let's talk, let's figure out good solutions. So I look forward to a collaborative environment there.
Thank you. It was ironic that today I received a message from someone, a voicemail, very upset about some code enforcement that had happened at their house, and really saying, can we just have a conversation? Can we get to a point in our community we can start having conversations versus having calls on us all the time? And it was over something that was not what we typically experience. And I just really think that neighborhood wellness, whether we talk about our safety enhancement zones or the rent control and substandard housing, whether we talk about people complaining on each other and telling on each other, but not actually talking to each other, is really something that we have to figure out how to work together as an entire community. And I hope that we can continue to strive towards that. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I agree with both of those comments. I do want to say that intrinsic part of neighborhood wellness is safe housing, and safe housing means tenant protections. So right now we have, the city of San Luis Obispo is like the Wild West. The city is not we have the power and the capacity to enact tenant protections. For some reason, it became politicized in the past and we've stepped back from it, but I think it's really important to exercise the courage and the leadership to do what we can to protect all of the people who are renting. And that is 60% of our population, if not more. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Just wanted to say ditto to the comments of my colleagues about the Slow Rent Coalition. Appreciate them being here and continuing to elevate the needs of those community members that we have that are renters that are facing bad conditions and not knowing what to do about it. I did want to say that so last week I was able to attend the Student Community Liaison Committee that we have a partnership with Cal Poly and Cuesta, and received a really enlightening and positive report about what they are doing and the services that they are offering to students who are facing difficulties in their rental environments. And I realize that that's not a resource necessarily to our entire community, so there's certainly more that we can do, but it was nice to know that there are resources available on campus for Cal Poly students to, get advice and try to figure out how to deal with those difficult situations that they may not know how to deal with in their first or second or third, rental situation as they're starting out their independent lives in communities, in our community and in other communities, and learning how to advocate for themselves. So happy to see that happening. And again, always happy to have the conversation with people and figure out ways that we can help and support them.
Absolutely. That was a great presentation, seeing what Cal Poly does for their off-campus training and certificates for becoming a responsible renter, as much as knowing your tenant rights, but also how to be a responsible renter is helpful. And I will say for our overall communication, our overall community, that Slow Solutions is still a free conflict resolution service that's offered for SLO County. And so I just want to make sure that if anyone is living in an unsafe environment, and they have also worked with our code enforcement, there are mediation services in our community to you for free. So I just want to highlight that as we move on to our consent agenda. So with the consent agenda, I do have one topic that I'd like to have some clarification from our community development director, but I don't necessarily need to pull it for vote. City Manager, did you already have this prepared?
Yes, Madam Mayor, member of the council, if I'm just tapping into the prefatory comments that the council may be interested, we've got a short presentation. I received a tremendous amount of correspondence last night, and so we wanted to introduce some information into the record tonight is on the Avila Ranch item, and so we're prepared to do that if council is so inclined to just pull that item for a brief presentation.
Do I
Councilmember Marks?
I live in San Luis Ranch.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. All right, banished.
To be to the other.
It's for Avila Ranch. And
I'm sorry, I thought you said San Luis.
no, Avila Ranch.
I'll stay here. I only live in one place. Okay.
I know. Okay, so Avila Ranch, a brief presentation before we get into voting. So will Community Development Director Tway?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor, members of council. We just have a brief slide deck, so I think we've got this potentially queued up. Callie's coming forward. Ms. Taylor is going to bring up the slide deck, so thank you, council members, for your patience.
Thank you so much. Timothy Atway, Director of Community Development. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. So as the Council is aware, the city received a letter from a law firm representing the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, making several arguments and claims that the city did not comply with CEQA in relying on the addendum to permit the deferral of one of the mitigation measures that explained in your report. This is part of the bike path. And the affordable housing agreement related to the additional affordable units was improper, that the project is not entitled to a density bonus, and that is actually not before the council at this time. and also making generalized arguments related to GHG emissions and a local worker preference program. And these arguments did not take into account our actual local worker numbers, which, as you heard, for the WRF project was 78%, and other studies have shown that we generally achieve in excess of 60% local labor in major projects. So staff has thoroughly analyzed this letter that we received yesterday and does not find merit in the arguments that were presented. The 2 slides I have here present information for the record specific to the CEQA arguments that are provided in the letter that you received, and prove that, in fact, the most appropriate course of action for us to take was the addendum to the previously certified EIR. So CEQA guidelines that you'll see on the screen establish regulations for when cities can do addendums and when they should do subsequent EIRs. And it states that no subsequent document, like a subsequent EIR, shall be prepared unless the lead agency determines that there is new significant environmental effects or substantial increase in the severity of previously identified effects, or new information of substantial importance that shows the project will have significant effects that were not already discussed or examined. And it also states that an addendum to the previously certified EIR, which is what we did, may be prepared if some changes or additions are necessary, but the conditions that I just described are not present. And so, Callie, if you can go to the next slide, please. So as described in your staff report, there were minor technical changes that we had to address in the addendum that was prepared. The final EIR that was provided for this project, I think in 2017, determined that there were impacts to transportation, and they were significant but mitigable. And there were mitigation measures, one of which required the installation of separated bike facilities to create a continuous bike route on Buckley Road along the project frontage. And the improvements will be designed and they will be installed as originally required. The only difference is the timing of the installation of one of these bike bridges. It's modified to be tied to other adjacent bike facilities, improvements in the area, so that there's orderly development and logical connections for bike travelers. So the determination that we have made is that the addendum to the 2017 EIR is appropriate under CEQA. We have evaluated the impact areas, and they are not associated with new significant impacts, and they are not associated with a substantial increase in the severity of potential impacts. So with that, thank you for your time. Hopefully that explains some of the response to the arguments that are made in the letter, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And I do have one other question. On page 137, there is the new affordable housing site, the 8 sites, and the 19 sites. However, one is on the row of the low income, and then one is on the row of the moderate income, and then there was the moderate income below it says 19. So it just was confusing as to the 27 units that are right below the red. Is that supposed to be the 19 plus 8 equals the 27, or is that completely different?
Callie, I don't know if you can speak to that. I don't know if I have the same page numbers as you, but are you talking about
yes,
this
yes, that
beautiful
one.
chart that Callie created?
Very good.
So I believe the moderate income, the 27, is for sale units. So those are moderate for sale units, which is different than the moderate rental units that we're
Right.
talking about within the multifamily parcel.
Great.
Callie, is that correct? Okay.
You were on. Now you're off.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's what I thought, but I wanted just to confirm that. I appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing the additional units. Okay, so unless there are any other questions on that topic, we'll move on to public comment for consent agenda. No?
I have no speakers. Oh, wait, I have one online, I'm sorry.
On Zoom? That's okay.
Okay, online, it's Scott Zimmerman. One moment. Okay, Mr. Zimmerman, you can go ahead.
Yes, hello, good evening. I just wanted to clarify that this would be the right time to speak on the Avila Ranch.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Scott Zimmerman with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm speaking in regard to the Avila Ranch project. And opposed to the project and its status as of now, just with, you know, as everything we want to see in the area, promoting local hire, local workforce, and to have that established in all aspects of construction throughout the area. You want to, you know, piggyback on what was said about the wharf project. We have those numbers because of all the effort put forth to establish a community workforce agreement, which that, you know, Lou brought in the local workforce that is there. It can account for, you know, on the carpenter side for sure, guys that we know there locally. And we want to see that continue to happen. So all projects that are coming before you, we think we need to utilize our local apprenticeship programs for everything. We are severely lacking on all trades, bringing in, you know, younger students coming out of high school, identifying them as ones who would want to be in the workforce, this type of industry, and the jobs are prevalent. And we need to be able to have it established that the kids coming out of, you know, the local area, the high schools, community college, and even from Cal Poly, that there are local jobs for them to go to instead of having to go from out of the area. So that's the big push here. So until we really start seeing that go forward, and with one like this, we are opposed to this moving forward as is, unless we can change the language and get another type of, you know, CWA language involved with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, Council. My name is Mike Slater. I'm General Counsel for Avila Ranch Developers. My apologies, my first time presenting to you, and every city does things a little differently, so my apologies. As Timmy iterated earlier, we received a letter late last night. You all bought copies of it. We've engaged outside counsel, Andrew Scanchi, who submitted a letter in response to you earlier this evening to the clerk directly. I just presented it to her and like to incorporate that in the record. It really reiterates a lot of what Timmy said, and so we appreciate you guys taking this matter before you tonight. I want to thank staff. I tell you, I don't get a chance to talk to the council often. We really enjoy working with your staff, city attorney's office. I think we all get along well, and so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on the consent agenda?
I have none.
Okay, thank you very much. I think if there are any comments about the consent agenda, Councilmember Scharsman.
I appreciate the speakers and the extra information from staff, and I'm just ready to move approval of consent agenda when we get to that point.
Great, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I just wanted to ask the city attorney about the ambit of our discretion in terms of 5G, the Avila approval of the final map for the Avila Ranch. How much discretion does the city council have in this regard?
Unless the council finds the map not in substantial conformance with the tentative map, then there is no discretion. It's a ministerial approval process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I do appreciate the speaker that shared about the CWAs. I know that our council is very positive and supportive of CWAs. Seeing our local workers is very important to us, and as we got to see earlier today with the wharf, and we've had some other conversations, I believe, with council to council of our attorney's office, as well as the many labor unions that are working on some of our larger projects like parking structures and that type of thing. So we continue to leave that in the hands of the attorney and the unions and their attorney. So we'll move forward with that. I believe I am good with all the rest of the consent agenda items. Is there a Vice Mayor Pease?
I took it as Councilmember Shorsman's motion, and I was going to second the consent agenda.
That works for me, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yep.
Thank you. City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shorsman? Yes. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the consent agenda passes 5-0. Now we will move forward to the item 6A, which is our SLO Police Department strategic plan, and with many helpful presenters. And as usual, we'll have our presentation and then questions, public comment, and then we'll move forward to voting.
Great. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Tonight's a very exciting night for the police department. Very excited and thrilled to be back in front of you to talk about our strategic plan. And so this is a great opportunity to tell you and go over the work that has been done and gone into the plan in partnership with our community. I'd again like to thank members of council and our community that came out and worked diligently throughout this process to help support the plan and inform us in the new direction for SLO PD. I'd also like to thank all of our department staff that played an integral role in participating, as well as our consultant, Jacob Green, and his expert team from Green and Associates. So for tonight, our goal is to provide the final information to council about the plan and our implementation strategy to provide a high-level overview of the plan's content. The recommendation tonight is to council to receive the department's 5-year strategic plan and to provide an opportunity to ask questions and any additional input to myself and or the staff as we prepare to move to implementation. For our agenda tonight, our consultant will begin momentarily with their part of the presentation to talk about the process that was built specifically for San Luis Obispo Police Department. Mr. Green will guide council through a high-level recap of the department's SWOT analysis, that's S-O-W-T, our community engagement strategy, and our wonderful staff retreat that our team adjourned to. Next, we'll go over the new vision and the purpose statements that are included, as well as our updated department values. Finally, we will walk through the department's identified goals and the objectives to accomplish the plan, and then concluding with, again, questions and any comments from each of our council members. With that, I will now invite Jacob Green, again with Jacob Green and Associates, to introduce any of your team members, if they came along, and to continue with his portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chief, and good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. City Manager. Thank you so much for having us back. This is an exciting evening, and we are very honored to be a part of this process and the presentation of the Police Department Strategic Plan. Last time in September, when we came before the City Council, as you may recall, we did an in-depth presentation of all the data received, the quantitative data, the qualitative data received, the SWOT analysis, all the details. It's not our intent this evening to rehash that level of detail, but just give an overview so you have some context as the chief presents the goals and objectives and strategies for the police department strategic plan. As the council will recall, the process began with soliciting community engagement input through the interview process and through the survey process, then doing the same with the police department, making sure that we interviewed the police department personnel and associated city staff and understood what the issues were in law enforcement here in San Luis Obispo. Then we gathered all that data together, which incorporated anonymous surveys, which we'll demonstrate for you in just a few slides. Analyzed all that information, went on a 2-day strategic planning retreat. So the same information that was presented to the council was then, after the council's input was received in September, and the presentation was then presented to the police department, and then we worked in collaboration with the department to draft the actual plan. A little bit more in detail, as I mentioned last time in September, the chief's #1 marching order to us was to create an inclusive plan, making sure there was a comprehensive assessment and analysis done that would receive as much diverse community input as possible, input from the council, input for the city manager's office, staff, and the chief's department. That is what took place. I said back in September, I'll reiterate and say again, I'll commend the chief and the city for really modeling what I think is the most comprehensive strategic plan for a public safety agency that I've certainly seen or been a part of or that we could find was certainly completed here in San Luis Obispo. A few details about the engagement process. We conducted 11 interviews with department staff. That was over 8 hours of interviews. We conducted 31 interviews with community partners, and each individual council member also gave of your time to make sure we received your individual input. We had, of those, 12 business community one-on-one interviews that were conducted, and then we conducted the anonymous surveys. We conducted an anonymous survey of the entire police department, both the sworn and civilian side of the house. We conducted a survey of the business community. 151 businesses were identified and surveys were sent out, 28 responses. 139 community partners were identified by the council, the city manager's office, various departments, your public information team, the chief, and the police department personnel with 26 responses. The Open City Hall survey platform was used to survey the entire community. We received a total of 445 responses, and I just want to give credit to the council and the city that asked for the survey to be reopened after the September presentation. That resulted in an additional 111 voices to be heard through that survey process. So I think that was a great recommendation from the council that was integrated. And again, that survey was open until August 1st, the end of September. Excuse me. The high-level SWOT analysis, again, we won't go into all the detail that we went into back in September. To take you through the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats based on a summary of all the information that we collected. On the strength side, as you know, is the positive reputation and the credibility of the department. I mentioned before that it was a unique experience to hear the chief's name mentioned in so many interviews and so many surveys. That's a result of all the outreach efforts that have been taking place in the police department. And that credibility and that credit also goes to the command staff and the department, as was mentioned by the interviews and the community surveys. On the challenges side or weaknesses side is the insufficient staffing and really the pressures that the organization undergoes in terms of how do they properly staff when there's an issue across the country with public safety, staffing, and attrition challenges. Over on the opportunity side, because of the positive community engagement efforts, many of those interviewed and many of the surveys indicated they would like more community engagement. And so you'll see that reflected in the strategic plan as a top goal for the chief and the department as a result of that input, which is also consistent with certainly council input, as we heard both in September and in our one-on-one interviews. And the threats to the agency really being able to maintain its position as a leader in law enforcement, in a modern law enforcement environment, is the burnouts and the increasing service demands, really trying to figure out with the increase in the community expectations, but the challenges of staffing, how do we create a department where your personnel feel energized, committed, and positive about the work that they were doing in light of the staffing challenges that are not only apparent in San Luis Obispo, but in every single agency that we work with on both the police and fire side. So we took all of this data, all this information, and we went on a 2-day strategic retreat or workshop with the police department personnel. I have to also mention to you that the chief made a decision to expand this retreat to be very inclusive of all different elements of the police department. That's something that we don't often see. Usually it's restricted to the command staff environment, but the chief really wanted to make sure that all the different elements, sworn personnel, non-sworn personnel, were all involved in looking at the future of this law enforcement agency. We received lots of feedback. We received lots of input. We generated the goals, the objectives. We talked about vision, mission, values, all the things that you see in the final draft. And we made sure that there was alignment in the organization and the department around best practices of the strategic planning approach. The final slide that I have for you this evening should look familiar from our September presentation. Very happy that that red circle is now at the end of this process, where we're here this evening to present the final plan to the council. And again, I just want to reiterate my thanks to the chief, to his staff, to the city council, the city manager's office, and the public information team, all who really helped our team make sure we understood the characteristics and the needs of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. It's your ending, it is our beginning. So thank you for that. And just to dovetail real quick on his comment with our staff retreat, and we also had the opportunity to bring out our DEI, city DEI staff out to our retreat. So Nestor and Matthew came out, had a presentation. We had a really good work session, and I think the plan is reflective of some really good topics that came out of that time together. So my appreciation to the city's DEI group. So vision, purpose, and values, and this is where we really spent a lot of time poring over the data and the comments that Jacob was talking about. To first, one, identify, is a change necessary? Do we like our vision? Do we like our mission? Does it need to be modified in any way? Those are pretty precious to any organization. So we did spend a lot of time looking at the necessity of change. And the second part of that is, are we positioned not only now, but are we positioned philosophically for the challenges that we know are ahead, especially in law enforcement? So you're going to hear more. You'll see on the slide, we listen. You'll hear a little bit more about what that means and why that's important to our police department. Looking at the vision, the department's new vision is a community partnership built on trust, focused on safety, and shared values to ensure the slow quality of life. This is a new direction for the department, and it is intentionally focused on quality of life and the important role that the police play in not only crime stats and providing a safe community, but providing a feeling of safety and security, which those two are not always the same thing. Looking at the department's purpose statement, the first change I want to point out is it's a purpose statement and you don't see the word mission statement. We've been accustomed to that for many years, but in the thoughts of having a purpose statement, we felt that it is purposeful, first and foremost. It's direct, and a purpose statement invokes a sense of partnership, whereas traditional mission statements more are a mission to be achieved, and we don't feel that is our role. It doesn't communicate partnership, and that's why we've gone with a purpose statement. Our purpose statement reads, to safeguard our community from harm by reducing crime and ensuring dignity, equity, and justice for all that we serve. While our old mission statement also alluded to phraseology of reducing crime, that's obviously paramount and important to what we do, our evolved purpose statement reinforces our duty and our responsibility to personal dignity, equity, and justice for all of our community members and those that visit our community. Looking over our refined values, there were some changes here. Our new values are life, integrity, service, teamwork, and to nurture. Life, if you notice, is a newly added value, and it sits at the top where we firmly believe it should be. Coincidentally, we're left with nearly a perfect acronym in We Listen, or Listen. We didn't have an E, but it's LISTN. And we feel this is very important to the department because we firmly feel if we've learned anything over at least the past 2 years, is in order to give voice to our community and have the community participate in the changes that are occurring within the police department, we have to first listen and we have to be committed to that conversation. And that's exactly what this acronym and these values, I feel hope communicate. Reviewing the goals and objectives. Now, this is probably what you've been waiting for. This is the meat and potatoes of the plan. This is the plan. I'm going to review the goals and the objectives that were created during this process, during this highly collaborative process. And this is a good opportunity to mention that the following goals and the structure of the plan, and I know you're not all familiar with the 21st Century Policing Report, but it's not by coincidence that this plan models very, very closely to the 21st Century Policing Report. In fact, the 21st Century Policing Report has a similar set of pillars or goals, much like our plan does. And of all the goals that are structured in the 21st Century Policing Report, our plan only is off by one. There's only one goal that's different. All of the other 5 are completely in line with the 21st Century Policing Report, which I'm proud to just emphasize that, because the only difference is our 6th goal is DE&I. And we feel that that is very, very important to list as a priority and as a goal or a pillar of our plan. And that's not so directly mentioned in the 21st Century Policing Report. Looking at our summary, the plan, our 5-year plan was developed with a total, again, of 6 goals, or as we call them, pillars. Essentially, this means that all of the work that we're going to engage in over the course of the next 5 years and beyond will be tied directly to one of these 6 goals. These are the things that the community has expressed that are important. These are the things that I know you relayed to us, as well as our department members. As we go through the goals, service to the community, community engagement, diversity, equity, and inclusion, recruitment and retention, health and wellness, and infrastructure needs. In addition, 17 specific objectives were established to support these goals, which we'll review here momentarily. And finally, 79 individual strategies were developed to achieve each of the supporting goals, which make up our full list of action items. And we know going into the plan, there'll be further items developed in more specificity to support those objectives. So it's 79 today. We could look up and it easily be more than that. Looking at goal number 1, service to the community, paramount to achieving what we believe is our primary function, service on the street, is professional staffing study. We feel this is important to understand the capacity that we have now, the resources and how they're being used, and how we can better be positioned for what we anticipate our future demands with the city's growth. Also looking further into our smart policing objectives, how are we using data to combat crime? And so smart policing and data-driven techniques will be more prominent as we further develop this plan. Option 1C speaks to continuous evaluation improvement, reviewing implemented measures, gathering feedback from the community, and making sure that we're making adjustments. You're going to hear more about flexibility through our presentation and how we're receiving input and adjusting our plan and our strategies as we go. Goal 2, community engagement, finding ways to better communicate with our community. Social media is a great way, but looking at branching out to more in-person meetings, working through our neighborhood policing networks, city briefings, more micro-community police talks, and maybe coffee, things like that tend to work well. Also leveraging the city's public engagement noticing manual, which has a lot of good guidance in there in how we can engage with our community as a city team. Next, we have a great model in our PAC committee. This has really been a valuable partnership for, I hope, the community, but for the police department as well. But we want to expand our community partnerships, and this is going to be involve elements with neighborhood policing, volunteer programs, and finding ways to be out into the community and not expecting people to come to us to engage. And finally, we'll increase our positive presence in the community through partnerships with our nonprofits. We have lots of nonprofits here in SLO. We can leverage certainly that activity, as well as very, very strong and passionate advocacy groups. Goal 3 is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And again, we worked very closely with the city's DEI team, both Nestor and Matthew, and I'm very proud of the objectives that were developed around DE&I. We felt D&I was integral to several of the goals throughout the plan. If you notice when you look at the presentation, a lot of the goals that were identified are connected to other goals in the plan and other objectives. And so we feel DE&I needs to be fairly intertwined in the work that we do, and it seemed to have natural alignment with a lot of the goals that were already established. In addition to the DEI work, it's really twofold. One, to better support our employees through bringing the DEI into our department. We feel it's also going to help with recruiting and retention. I think that's a natural alignment. But two, to also improve our service core principles in the community and how we engage with our community through a new DEI lens. And finally, we feel that DEI helps give voice, as I mentioned earlier, to those that have historically not had the opportunity, not felt connected, and maybe not felt protected by police. And we think this is yet another opportunity to help bridge some of those historical barriers. Recruitment and retention, this seems to be a central theme that you've heard a lot about. And we've talked a bit earlier about the importance of staffing. And our goal is to develop a proper sized workforce to safely serve our community. The following items that are in line with this goal will prioritize and invest in our current workforce, the force that we have here through training, enhanced training, more career development, and exploring retention programs for existing staff. We seem to have done very well in recruiting. The second half of that is keeping what you have, and that falls on the retention side. Health and wellness, and given the profound dangers that we've seen all too well, especially here in San Luis Obispo and law enforcement, a comprehensive health and fitness program is very, very important. You've probably heard me say before, happy, healthy employees give the best service. And providing those fundamental needs through health and wellness helps people be more fulfilled and helps people be a happier employee, we feel. These programs will address both mental and wellness fitness for our first responders, as well as support for police families. Goal 6, our final goal, is infrastructure, equipment, and technology. And as we look long-term, we examine how we're positioned to grow regarding our capital projects, infrastructure, and the equipment that's available. We will examine new public safety technology and equipment that will be available to us and see if there are things on the market that can help us police in a way that's more efficient, more effective, and better service to the community. And finally, we'll continue to refine our plans, both near term and future, for a modern public safety center, a place where our employees are safe and where we can safely serve the community. And studying a single building solution or a multi-campus design will be part of this goal, and leveraging the existing property holdings that the department and the city has currently. There's a lot on this slide. This is the timeline. And so this should show the work at a very high level, what's ahead. I'm proud and I'm terrified to see this displayed. But this is our timeline and shows each goal to the left, as well as all of our objectives tracked over the next 5 years by quarter. As expected, the first year is fairly front-loaded, given the programs that we anticipate are underway or will be underway. And as you can see, many of the items will be ongoing and they overlap, just to add to the complexity. It's amazing, and those are the things that our department's committed to doing, and very excited to see them all on one page. As expected, the individual timelines could be adjusted, as we talked about. This is only our best guess at this point, so they could be adjusted as we move along. But of course, in accordance with our plan management tools and our strategies. Okay, so talking about plan management, as I wrap up, one of the most important elements of our plan is to have strict accountability, absolute transparency, and tracking systems in place. These are the things we said we're going to do. This is our commitment and our promise to our community, and we need to be held accountable in doing these things and delivering. Equally important is the ability to be flexible as circumstances change. This will remain a living plan over its life cycle, so that things can be changed and adjusted as our community signals, or as even global events could change and impact policing here in SLO. To do this, we assign our strategies, we implement the actions, and we report back our progress. During this progress, we're going to seek feedback, and we're going to ensure that we're achieving the intended objectives that we've been graciously provided. If we determine that a different approach is needed, we'll be able to pivot. This creates this circular model where we're continuing to start a process, evaluate how we're doing it, and report back how we did it, and then checking feedback. And then this will continue throughout the duration of the plan, and changes can be made as necessary. Again, we'll be bringing the plan or our progress back to council. You'll be briefed periodically, and certainly if there's a significant change or scope change to the plan as written today. So as we conclude, okay, there's a slide missing, but I'm going to read it for you. So as we conclude, our recommendation is, again, before you tonight, is to receive the department's 5-year strategic plan and to ask any additional questions of myself, our consultant, about the plan that's before you. And I just want to express my sincere thanks to each of you for your time and your commitment, as well as each of our community members and our staff members that participated, as well as our partner consultants. So with that, thank you very much. And that concludes our presentation. Open it for questions.
It's amazing how days and weeks and hundreds of responses come into like a 20-minute presentation and the entire next 5 years of your entire department. Yes. But fabulous job. Councilmember Francis. Sorry, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you so much for that wonderful report and the presentation. It's great to be coming back to the strategic plan. Right at the end of your presentation, you were talking about plan management, and I really appreciated you referencing the frequency, frequent check-ins with the council, and also just being able to have that flexibility, make adjustments along the way. I just wanted to maybe have you go a little bit more into detail on how do you plan to check in with the community stakeholders, ensuring that, they feel like the conversations that you had are actually being met along the way. What is that going to look like, and how often do you plan to check in with us and with them?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Francis. And so we come to council periodically for a couple of standing items throughout the year. We'll probably leverage one of those opportunities to be before you rather than adding an additional item. So whether it's coming back for our crime report, whether it's our annual report, or even our 481 military equipment use policy, there'll be opportunities to provide a brief update to council on our progress. I think your other part of the question was, how do we communicate to the community? I envision really a landing page to our website where all of our work is being put up publicly. The plan will certainly be published out there, as well as some of the management tools that we're using to track on the objectives. So people will be able to see in near time our progress in the plan. More specifically, and I've already begun to use this resource, our PAC group, our Police Advisory Committee, as well as our Police Roundtable, have had a couple of advanced looks at the plan. They've had the opportunity to check me, as they often do, and I'll continue to leverage that partnership to provide their input from their constituencies. And while our PAC committee is about 40 members roughly, each of those members represent an activist group or a larger body. So by extension, there's many stakeholders that are part of PAC, even though there may be one rep from several groups throughout the community.
Great. Yeah, I think that gets at the stakeholder question that I had, just as far as them being able to kind of check in at those mileposts and make sure that kind of the bargain is being upheld. Thank you. And you answered some of these questions for me earlier, and I really appreciate it, but I liked the focus in Goal 5 on the incentivized or mandatory annual mental health check-ins. I know that you've done a lot of work with this already. You have your 10 voluntary counseling sessions that are already available to staff. But I was wondering, because it does talk about the potential for creating a model like this, when do we think that there might be kind of a more formalized model in place for what the mental health check-ins would look like?
That's a great question. And this is, several other cities and counties have started moving this direction. It evokes some concern when you talk about mandatory anything, and Mandatory mental health, that's quite a still a groundbreaking concept for law enforcement. So I would see this probably next year whenever there's a lot of policy development, a lot of negotiations that will occur with our employee groups because it has to be wanted by our team. It's not something I can necessarily order them to do. And we want it to be received as a resource and an asset. So we want them to be partners in this process. Other cities, Ventura, I believe, has a program. Some other cities to our south have adopted mandatory mental wellness check-ins. And the value when you talk about these programs is it destigmatizes going to see a professional. And we have services now. Any of our employees or family members can go see completely anonymously, can go see a mental health professional for up to 10 visits per year. And certainly after a traumatic event, we offer those services here in-house. But a lot of people don't utilize that. Because they don't want people to know that they're utilizing that, or they may seem less equipped to do the job if they're talking to someone. That culture is changing, thankfully, but when everybody has to go, it really destigmatizes and kind of gets to the core of the issue.
Thank you for that, and thank you for taking all that time with all of my other questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I did have a question about your advisory groups, and I'm glad that you mentioned them. I wondered how they're selected, how people are selected, and what input they had in this program, in this 5-year plan, and also what role they will have in terms of the implementation of their various goals.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. Good question. And some of these we inherited, or I inherited as being newer to the city team that were already part of PAC. And PAC was already here before I got here. But we did have an opportunity to work through the existing members that were there. I've consulted with council on, folks that may be a good alignment for this group. And we continue as I make my connection to the community, we continue to invite more and more people into our police advisory committee. And so that is, again, there's probably 40 plus groups to name, but you're talking AAPI SLO, Boys and Girls Club, the JCC, our Jewish Council, several faith-based groups, Gala, many, many others are part of this group. And a lot of time, the invitation's open to anyone. So if anybody wants to be part of PAC, send me an email and ask to participate. Depending what group they represent, we try to keep it fairly balanced. So if we have a handful of members from Cal Poly or other groups, you may have to wait until someone rolls off. But we also have our roundtable, which is more business focused. And so depending what groups they represent may determine which advisory body or advisory group that they'll land in.
Okay, thank you. And then I had another question about the timeline on 1106 Walnut and which functions you imagine will be going there. And I know you touched on that in the staff report. But also I'm concerned about people crossing Santa Rosa. And I'm just curious how in the next 5 years you would see that pattern evolving.
Thank you again, Councilmember Marks. We're very, very excited to move into 1106 Walnut. A lot of anticipation is building up about who will be there, what part of our operation. We can't take everybody, we know that, but it will at least allow everybody to kind of stretch their legs and have a safer, more comfortable workspace. We have some conceptual designs that have come back from our consultant, our architect, about how we can best use that space with minimal improvements. And so we think 2 parts of our department will go over. Our department really has 4 parts. You have administration, you have patrol, our detective bureau, and records. That's kind of the 4 parts. 2 of them will come over there, and 2 of them will probably stay in the existing building. We've committed to doing some interim updates with our existing building as well, because the new building's quite nice, and we don't want to leave staff in a building that we know needs desperate repair. So a larger plan is coming forward to have repairs, and we have a small budget that's already allocated to do this work. So we're just waiting on some of the permitting to come forward, as well as the construction plans, which we've ordered. As soon as that work begins, we'll be able to start staffing that building. I'm even willing to get personnel over before we've made changes. We just need IT and infrastructure, which they're diligently working to have the cabling, security cameras, and code access to get into the building. So really, I guess, long answer to your question, basic security measures need to be on the building before we can staff it with police personnel, but we're not too far off from that occurring. The crosswalk is not ideal. I've already talked with Caltrans about having a high visibility crosswalk. There's some measures we have to go through and some costs that the city will incur to do that. Caltrans won't do that for us. That's something we'll have to do. But the city is interested in making that a high visibility crosswalk for our staff because that is, it is a dangerous intersection.
And so if, if someone were to come to the police department, where would they go? Which side of Santa Rosa do you imagine the public access?
1042 Walnut. 1042 Walnut. That is the current police department's address, and most likely our record staff, that's where they will stay given the facilities, and that's where the parking is. So our public parking is on Walnut. The parking at 1106 is very, very limited. So it appears at this time all of our public facing services from the police department will be and remain at 1042 Walnut.
All right, and then I had another, just a small thing, but there's a motto that you have on the cars, on your police cars, service, pride, integrity. And I wonder if the, you know, if your strategic plan would include evaluating that motto. And I personally think the service and integrity part are pretty good. And pride, I'm not sure exactly how that is interpreted. I mean, I don't think it's pride in the sense of gay pride, although it could be, but I think it's just myself, a little arrogant, you know. Anyway, I would hope that when you look at life, integrity, service, teamwork, nurture, your pillars, that you guys would also consider just having a think session about the motto on your cars, because that's what people see. I mean, they see the cars, they see the motto. So it's a small thing, but I just thought I'd bring it up as long as it's an opportunity. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I love that we read these reports and we all pick out such different things sometimes to focus on and get our attention. Maybe listen should be on the, that's kind of a lot of words, but anyway. Yeah, so I appreciated the questions that you answered in correspondence too, because I had some of them. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the real-time crime center that's under service to community, and maybe explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shoresman, for your question. And real-time crime centers, this is not a new concept, and I really, a lot of bigger cities have, you know, very fancy centers and lots of different sensory information and staff that are constantly analyzing calls for service in real time. For our police department, it will be a much smaller, scaled down version of a real-time crime center, pretty much staffed by an analyst, and the department has a crime analyst position that it's not filled right now, it's vacant, but we do have that position and we've had it historically. This person will be more active in facilitating real-time information to the field. And historically, a crime analyst, they sift through lots of reports and they do work like that to create patterns and other types of data-driven solutions that are quite valuable, very much needed. But we're lacking some real-time support where we have a major incident that's underway and maybe one of our downtown cameras captures an image, and that image could be identified, or a license plate that could be run through a system, and that information provided out to field officers as they're responding, or even partnering with some of our drone resources. So if we have a major incident where we have our drones that are being utilized, that information can be fed into a real-time crime center to give live updates out into the field about what is happening, providing that extra level of situational awareness.
So it's like a communication function more than like a specific place. I mean, is it connected to dispatch in terms of logistical location, but is that what I'm hearing?
It would be connected to dispatch, and it's more tactical in function, whereas dispatch, obviously, you understand those roles. Dispatch is very good at receiving, communicating, processing information. Real-time crime center, they're actually taking that information further. They're following the lead, seeing what information they can get from our existing systems. Is there any other information that can help support solving a crime that may be in progress, or suspect information, again, in real time. So it can be done almost from anywhere. We actually have a really good location at 1106 Walnut, and there's some talks about having some other emergency resources in that building. And so when you have a major incident in the city, a real-time crime center or real-time information center could absolutely help other city functions manage their events as well.
Excellent, thank you. And then the other sort of programmatic element in it seems like this is a work plan for the most part for 5 years, is the Citizens Academy. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that. Is it the same thing as CERT? Is it different? How does it differ from our community academy that we're putting on?
It's a little bit different, and our community academy is fantastic, but you only get a really, really small glimpse of public safety, and even smaller glimpse of what the police department does. And there's a lot of interest out there. There's a lot of kind of mystery about how we do our work, and so taking that block that's in the Civic Academy, or the current academy that we have, and offering that for a couple of days to provide an immersive experience for people who want to either volunteer with the police department or just gain a deeper understanding about the work that we do. That type of academy could serve that function for people with that interest. It's certainly not meant to compete or take people away from our academy, and I would, if this continues to develop as we expect, the requirement to enter a volunteer or academy that we would host would be to go through the city's academy first and get a high-level view of the government, all the different departments, and if you still want to join, come and go through our academy.
Sounds like a progressive educational program. I like it.
Thank you.
And so you have lots of goals and objectives and things to do. There's a lot of work in here.
Yes.
And there's a table on page 283 that talks about staffing, and it looks at number of sworn officers we've had over time and non-sworn staff. And it is pretty clear that our numbers have kind of increased in the non-sworn areas over time and sort of decreased in the sworn officer categories. And just wondering, with the work that's outlined in here, do you have any, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but do you have any anticipation of whether or not the current staffing can carry out all these goals and objectives, or what you might need in the future?
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman. Everyone is going to be a lot more busy. We understand this because there's not dedicated staff to do these work items, these 79 items that are before you. Existing people are doing this, and they're going to do this on top of the work that they're already doing, or there may be other things that we may have to scale back to accomplish this work plan. Looking at the resource table, and we thought this would be helpful for council to see kind of historically the resources we've had and compared to the challenges that we're facing now with demands. In 2009, we had 64 officers, and then shortly after that, 2010, we've remained essentially flat. I was told back in 2009, we never actually received those officers. I think they were committed through council. There was a change in the financial climate, and that was never realized in the department. So again, I've been here before. We've talked about staffing, and I don't know what the number is. I just know there's a number. I feel there's a number, and part of the plan is commissioning a professional staffing study that will tell us what we believe the right size number is, and then how we can work together to bolster our staffing. And part and parcel to that is probably a very careful review of the things that we're doing, and is there capacity that should be realized in what we're doing by not doing some things, and it's going to take a consultant and probably a fair amount of time to study that specifically.
Thank you, appreciate all that.
Thank you. City Manager Johnson, do you have an addition?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And members of the council, just going to add on to that, you're going to see an item on February 6th, the mid-year report. You're going to see the forecast based with some adjusted expenditures and revenues. And then we're going to come back in April with a new forecast for the supplemental budget. And just to preface, one of the areas that I've been working with the leadership team on is making sure we're forecasting as we grow as a community. Are we including all the things that are necessary to support a growing community, whether it's public safety levels, whether it's officers? As you council knows, we have a 5th fire station. We'll be adding new parks programs. And so we want to make sure as we look at the forecast and we have more certainty about the timeline of both homes and development and then new city facilities, kind of integrating that in. And so as the chief mentioned, parallel to this effort is going to be a staffing study to look at, and that'll be when that study is complete, we'll circle back with the city council and review that with you.
Thank you. Chief Scott?
I just want to say thank you. Appreciate the additional context to that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. I had the chance for agenda review, so we had some good discussions already this morning. I guess I do have a lingering question that's maybe for Mr. Green in terms of data and the SWOT analysis. Because I think that there's, a lot of great strategies that are about community building, especially for underserved communities, traditionally marginalized communities, but it didn't really show up under threats in the same way that I thought it might. So there's an identification of community challenges, mostly around homelessness, super true, and then outside events or sometimes inside events that might have unrest and protests. Also true that it would dramatically impacts the staffing. But I guess I'm not really seeing kind of a naming of concerns, community concerns about policing, which were certainly lit up during the 2020 protests, because it wasn't just the impacts of a protest, it was specific about policing. So I guess my question to you is, did the community not lift that up in the same kind of way that it would surface as a standalone threat? I mean, again, I see it in opportunities, I see it showing up in strategies and objectives, but I was just a little surprised that it wasn't named as a threat in and of itself.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much for the question. And as you identified, there was a lot of discussion on that issue, certainly throughout the entire process, also at the retreat. And we identified it in the opportunity section as opposed to a negative thing. It was an opportunity for the department to understand marginalized communities as identified here and make sure that the plan focused on engagement, which is why you see the top goals of engagement. So I think you're definitely right, 100%, that it is a threat to the success of the law enforcement agency to omit or not consider it as a top priority. I think you see it being identified as top priorities in the actual, as you mentioned, in the actual goal side and strategy side. In terms of how it appears on the SWOT analysis, we put it as an opportunity for the department to make sure they proactively engaged with those marginalized communities as it was discussed in the assessment. I think you're 100% correct that it could have certainly
right.
been.
So there's not a
No.
exact science on how that gets worded. So okay,
No.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all my colleagues' questions. And I do thank you for the many questions. I know, Chief, we spoke before today's meeting, and I spoke with City Manager and City Attorney and City Clerk yesterday. So today's, a vote to receive and file. And I think there's still an opportunity to add a little bit into this so that it can capture what you're describing with the policing, what you're describing with the marginalized communities, and that community engagement just a teeny bit more. So I don't know if this is something that can be added in addition, I mean, it's put together as a slideshow, so I don't know how this works, but I'm just going to throw some ideas out there as questions to you, and you can tell me whatever you think about that, and that's completely fine. I think one of the things that I have been, peripherally involved in is the Police Advisory Committee and understanding what that is, understanding the Police Roundtable, you shared it today, but if someone is to pick up this strategic plan and say, what does that look like? It's not necessarily clear that Gala and the Muslim community and JCC and others are involved in these conversations. I think, is there a reason that you didn't want to include the other communities that you are connecting with already? I guess that'd be my first question. And you can leave it on. I have many more.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate, first of all, appreciate the conversation today and your observations. And there is no reason to specifically exclude them. I think we've just become accustomed to who they are, most likely. But I do think there's value in actually naming them in the plan, and that's a very easy adjustment to make to actually show the structure of what is a PAC, what is the roundtable, and in fact, that sits above it. There's a Public Safety Advisory Council that includes them together, and I think to graphically see how that all works to support the department would only improve the work we've submitted to you.
I do. I think it would add so much to what you've done that it kind of feels like it's missing, but I know it's not actually missing. It's behind the scenes. And I think also, you know, I know there's realtors and there are other groups that come in. And as you said today, hey, if you want to be on this, let's talk. And this is a evolving advisory committee, evolving roundtable that can be, you know, always living and always evolving. So I think letting people know that is important when we talk about strategic plans that in theory get put on a shelf or shouldn't get put on a shelf, but it does happen. Okay, let me get to the next part, sorry. So going to the addressing weaknesses, kind of coming back to the community engagement part of us under the SWOT recommendations, page 285, if you wish to follow along. The conducting public surveys, I think, yes, surveys are a great way to get feedback, and we ask the public to get involved in many surveys, and it's anonymous, and that's wonderful. Sometimes, if they wish to have it anonymous, but I think there's an aspect of actually getting out to marginalized communities and generally just all of our neighborhoods. As you talk about zones and you talk about neighborhood beats, these are, I think, a way to actually increase that transparency, increase that trust, increase that communication, not just through kind of what can be sterile as far as a survey. So with the idea of having designated beats or zones, is that something you think would also happen, having some more community meetings?
Absolutely. Thank you again, Madam Mayor, for the comment. To be quite honest with you and transparent, our neighborhood policing program is fairly fragmented. Part of that is just the abandonment of dedicated officers in dedicated zones because of staffing won't allow them to stay there. And so they're going all over the city all the time. So we think by increasing, a dedicated beat, reinstilling neighborhood policing, making those community contacts, these things will naturally evolve, and certainly see beat meetings where we're going around to each neighborhood. And part of that is working with the community through our community outreach goal to establish community leaders and networks within the community, because the people that were engaging with us, 5 years ago may not be there or may not be involved. And so, getting those groups, crime watches used to be a big thing. Now that Nextdoor is here, it's all moved virtually. So the way people engage has changed. And so we need to work through, I think, one of our established goals in figuring out how to connect. Big proponent of, again, neighborhood policing, and I think reestablishing those zones and who is our community leaders within those zones will be very beneficial to exactly what you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And on the next page, it talks about implementing a K-9 program. And I after our conversation, I just thought you could share with the whole community what K-9 kind of program you are hoping to potentially implement.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Mayor. K-9s come in all shapes and sizes and purposes. And so talking with our staff, it was important to evaluate the possibility of a K-9 or a dog for working for the police department, working in the police department. Again, in our conversation, to start this exploratory process, most likely we will be looking at dogs that can assist in search and rescue, dogs that can assist in bomb detection, narcotics detection. They can even sniff ammunition, things like that. We've had a few recent calls here in our city where we needed a bomb dog, and we have to go find that resource as quickly as possible. From my standpoint, my philosophy, I'm not looking to put a bite dog in front of you or a bite and hold dog. We're looking at a dog that's going to assist our officers either through tracking, detecting dangerous devices and things like that. So I don't foresee a plan making it past my office necessarily that's going to be asking for a dog that can inflict pain or injury to someone.
Thank you. That was very concerning as I read this plan at first, knowing there have been some there was a recent case here actually in SLO County that talked about, the end result for the canines sometimes are really not positive. And then also, of course, the genuine concern for community members that they're going to have a dog running after them was obviously top of my mind. So, so the last part, I guess, I don't know how to ask the question per se, and maybe we'll come back in it later, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say, why not, and I know we talked about this earlier, why would we not why would we not include what we've learned from 2020? I don't want to rehash everything we went through in 2020. We had an incident after action report, but someone who picks up the strategic plan that wasn't here in 2020 or 4 years from now when we potentially have different leaders or different council members, we've learned so much from 2020, and that's why we're moving toward community policing. That's why we're strengthening, going towards a strategic plan. But not everyone knows what community policing is, and they might click the link, they might not. So what was the reasoning, and maybe could you describe how maybe you could put something in here that would maybe add to a little bit of your statement or the executive summary or something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate, again, the conversation we had. And, going into the strategic plan process, it was a very objective process. And what's reflected in the plan, and to use Jacob's term, it's fairly lean and it's operationally driven. This is a plan, while it's great to collaborate on the objectives and the goals that we put before you, we're putting this in the hands of the people that are going to do the work. And so they need a very clear roadmap in what's being expected. And so you don't see, other than my page, you don't see a lot of fluff in here. It is pretty much the business that we're going to move forward with. As you and I talked, there are many influences that we've learned since the issues that we had here and the protests that we had here in SLO. I think, as I'm kind of mapping this out in my mind, there is going to be a landing page where these resources are all going to be housed, not only our strategic plan, the elements that inform the plan being the 21st Century Policing Report and the other aspects or the other parts that we know led into this. And I think it's appropriate to also put in the after action report that was conducted at the end of that protest, as well as the steps that we completed in meeting the elements that came forward in that after action report. So I guess to answer your question, why it wasn't referenced in here is because the department at the time appears that they took that report, they actually changed the policies, and they did the things that were recommended by the people that conducted that study. For whatever reason, it didn't surface as something from the community to instill into the plan. It didn't surface from the officers. Again, 1/3 to 1/2 of the officers weren't here. This is a new department, and this is a new philosophy. But I do think from a contextual reference, that is the place for it. And as we look at how the plan is structured and what we're referencing, is there crossover? But that's why you're probably not seeing it, or why you're not seeing it prominently baked into the plan.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't think it needs to be necessarily prominent, but I do think for future officers, future police department staff, they need to have an understanding of why there is a lowered trust from the marginalized communities, as much as from our marginalized communities seeing that the police department did take it seriously going forward. So I just think that would be helpful to have. And I hear you as far as having it on the landing page might be the place to go, but I really do think that some place, just a couple sentences would be really helpful. I'm happy to help shape those sentences if you'd like. But anyway.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank you so much. I saw 2 commenters pop up. No? Okay. Without any questions, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment, City Clerk?
We have none.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. On to deliberation. Vice Mayor Bees.
I want to thank you again, the whole team, for bringing all of this together. It's very thoughtful. It's not to be, dramatic here, but it's heartwarming, honestly. I mean, just to see kind of the values that emerge out of it really do feel like the values that I want to see in our public safety community. So thank you for that. And I appreciate the comments and, the kind of the recommendations to, for us to understand our shared history and how that's still relevant. So I think the only couple of little comments that I have are just kind of a moving forward. So I hope that we take this document as it, maybe it goes through its final fine tuning and really lift it up, right? We talked about this document a lot back in 2020 and hey, this policing of the future and we're rethinking. And I'm so grateful for your leadership and how that has extended to our other leaders and to be able to, this is a chance to be able to have that conversation about something that's different. I support the staffing study and I have a layer of skepticism that the consultants who are out in the world aren't necessarily aligning with how we operate now, right? So I hope that, anyway, just that we have a certain amount of skepticism or screening or just an out-of-the-box way to think about it, that it's not somebody who's been in law enforcement for 40 years and, so. And the canine comment, maybe the little clarity of Explore Canine program for search, rescue, and detection type of programs. The types of things that just might, as you say, for the longevity of the document to be able to do that. Otherwise, a lot of the goals, the outreach programs to engage and understand the needs of historically marginalized groups. There's town halls. There's and just understanding that there's a lot of support for the officers themselves and their needs for equipment and office space and training and health and wellness. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Francis.
I just want to thank the Vice Mayor for her comments. They were spot on in my book. And also, I mentioned it earlier, but Jacob Green, Green Associates, you were really phenomenal to work with, really responsive when weeks after the initial interviews ended and we think of extra people and you reached out to them. Just a really thorough process. And, I was brand new to the council at the time and I appreciated the entire interview process that you went through. Really proud of this document and wanted to also just amplify a few of the things that the mayor talked about here. I think there's an incredible importance to historical context. I think that matters. And if we're going to have a living document, which we're hoping this is going to be, having just some context for why does this exist and why are we thinking this way is very important here. Coming back to some of the questions I asked earlier, I'm just really glad to see the destigmatization of mental health and kind of that focus on it, not just as a service that we're offering, but as a necessity in order to have a healthy police force. That was really great to see. And I'm glad you brought up the questions about neighborhood policing. I actually didn't realize that had sort of fragmented, and really glad that we're going to be thinking about how to bring that back in. I think that's really important things that we actually get to know our police force and know the officers in our neighborhood. And that's really extra important for then having those contact points for being able to check in about this document and how we're doing and get that real-time feedback. I think that was it for my comments for now, and just thank you both.
Thank you. Well said from a history teacher. Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Thank you. As my voice cracks. Thank you for the report. Again, thank you for all the work on the strategic plan. I was a resident of SLO. I was not on council back in 2020, but I remember, I think obviously we all remember that we're here then, how fragmenting and difficult and just painful that whole period was. And I know we've had a lot of change in the department since then. But as I came on council, it was very important to me that transparency be one of the key things that we continue to work on. And I know you and I had some pretty frank conversations when I first came on council about how I felt that that was important and what you were going to do in order to make sure that that transparency was really present and that all of our community, that transparency applied to all of our community members. And I really see that in here. I love all of the ideas about the periodic town halls and the opportunities to engage with neighborhoods and even the acronym LISTEN. I feel like you have listened throughout this whole process, and thank you to Jacob Green for helping just really take seriously the amount of public engagement that we demand in this county and that our community wants to give us. And so you were gracious and made sure that was encouraged and that there were lots of opportunities. I appreciate the entire section on DEI and that is such a focus. And at the same time, I want to make sure that it's not just in there as a focus and that we really take the implementation and the transmission of those ideas all throughout everything that we do. And I think you do that, and I think it's verbalized in the plan. About the canines, I wanted to make a point about that, and I had some notes about it, so I appreciate that you brought it up. I have seen models in some communities where there are dogs used. Animals can be very therapeutic for people, and they can build relationships and they can build community and help build community. So while I appreciate the need for having a working dog that does some really specific functions, maybe there might be room for having the use of an animal to help build community and build those bridges between people that maybe wouldn't necessarily historically be comfortable with walking up to a police officer. So just plant that in the back of your mind as something that maybe could be utilized later. And then last but not least, just wanted to mention, I hinted at it in my comments, but this is a really aggressive list of goals and objectives. And so, and the timeline, as you mentioned in the slide showing the timeline, it would make me a little nervous to have it so front loaded. So, but I do appreciate that there will be opportunities to kind of space things out. And especially as we talk about burnout in our ranks, we want to make sure that we don't put too much on people's plates all at one time and prioritize that very long list of goals and objectives so that we can bite it off in manageable chunks.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to keep my comments short, but I want to thank you very much for this effort. I think it's really meaningful. I would like to suggest perhaps some of the things we're talking about as add-ons might be like having an appendix or appendices in the back. So we could say the PAC, and then in the back, Appendix A, and like all these different groups and like that, rather than messing too much with the text itself, because I feel it's very well written, it's very well organized, it's readable, and but you might also want to include the incident report if it's not too long, or there might be other kinds of things you might think, well, this is supplemental, because the average person is not going to read it, but the person who's really interested will take that extra step, and that shouldn't be too hard in terms of organization. The other thing I just wanted to add is that about half of our population is like 26 and younger, right? I mean, between the ages of like 20 and 26, something like that, whether they're students or student age. So like, we're not a normal city. We don't have a, like, by normal, I mean, we don't have like the kind of family, you know, sort of demographics that your average city with our population would have. So I just wanted to see, when you go through it again, if you in terms of how you're expressing your thoughts and all, just remember that a lot of the readers and a lot of the people you're talking to are really young people who may not understand. Like tonight, we had a comment from one of our public speakers that, well, this protest didn't look like it was going to be violent. Yeah, but actually it was, you know, so there's some kind of, what I'm thinking about is how to kind of bridge the gap between the perception that some young people may have about the police and the actual reality that they're being protected. So let's see. I think that's just about it. I really appreciate it. I wish you luck. Oh, one little tip is, if you want to know who are the leaders in the various neighborhoods, ask us. Just ask the council, because we walk door to door. We knock on the doors. We campaign. We get people to vote for us and all that. So we actually could probably give you some pretty good tips if you're trying to actually reach out to the various neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I will try hard not to repeat things that my colleagues have said, other than, of course, the obvious of thank you. This is very, very well detailed and well thought out, and we really appreciate the engaging the public as much as you did. And I also appreciate towards the end you just shared about, you know, we will need to continue to re-identify. As you already know, there are people who have left the community that were some of our key commenters from different marginalized communities or key leaders, or their focuses have shifted. And so we really want to make sure that we're constantly engaging the public, and I think that's important. And while, yes, it's missing an E, it was very clear the listen is, I appreciated that because that is what we have to do. And I think that goes back to that. That's why I'll just say one more time, is that we listened, and then therefore we learned, and we're implementing these things in the future. I think it's just such an important thing to include. So if it's through the end of an appendix or whatever it works out to be, that's fine. And I would have that 21st century policing actually connected as well. And I think the other thing that really stood out to me, you said, is you wanted to have people feel safe as much as be safe. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned next door, and feeling is different for everyone. And so I wish you the best in trying to help as many people feel safe as really the data shows. And I think why I say that is that we have to consistently and continually bring back data to the council and to the community to show why you do what you do. I think that's really important. And then that goes down to page 283 in that chart around the population and the sworn officers and the non-sworn officers. And I think as you are reimagining, while we are looking at, are we understaffed? Are we understaffed in some aspects versus others? You know, I look forward to seeing that staffing assessment, because looking at an analysis of so much more data that we can experience now that we never experienced before, literally every day we could say that, that I think that analysis could be different than what we used to have to do in the past. So, and I think as we continue, what does social work look like as we continue going forward as just a general United States and California and San Luis County? How does that case management work? What does that look like? And does it have to fall all on your shoulders, or is that in some other ways, back to our partnering and collaborating with others? What does that look like? And I also do really appreciate looking at the mental and physical well-being of our officers, I think, and our entire police department. I think our entire staff at the city, I am always so proud of the amazing staff we have on this city. And I often get actually criticism for saying, you're always giving staff kudos, let's give it a break. And I have to say that how we do what we do in all the public communication, all the public engagement, the increased expectations that you discussed in the strategic plan and probably often, that is what we're always trying to achieve. And there's so much high expectations out of our community, which is awesome and also very challenging. And I appreciate you recognizing that and talking about that, because I don't want to see burnout in the people that are here as our staff. I want to see people be able to thrive, and that is on the SLO PD staff, the city staff, and our community. So I'll just leave it at that and just say thank you very much. I look forward to see your appendices, and that's what I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of council. We diligently made your notes, so I really appreciate the input. Thank you.
Thank you. And on our agenda, I'm sorry, on my script, it says that we need to actually make a motion to receive and file. Is that correct? Okay, fantastic. And we'll move forward to the next item in about 10 minutes. It is 8:30. I'll see you at 8:40. Well, thank you. We're calling us back to order at 8:42. Sorry about that. And we'll bring forth Debbie Malacote and your partner to share the acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report, lovingly known as the ACFR. And Emily.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We're happy to be here before you again this evening to present the audited financial statements for fiscal year 22-23. I'm joined this evening by Debbie Malacote, our Deputy Director of Finance and City Controller, and Tavi Garcia, who is our Senior Accountant. Also participating remotely is Ahmed Badawi, who is our contract auditor, and he has a section of tonight's presentation and is also available for questions. So the recommendation before your council this evening is, of course, to review and accept the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, the Single Audit Report, and the Transportation Development Act report for fiscal year 22-23. Tonight's presentation represents a very, very significant milestone in our journey to implement Oracle. This is the first time that the city, the finance department has been able to present all three of these reports on the same night and this early in the year. And so there is a considerable amount of effort and blood, sweat, and tears that has gone into our continued implementation of Oracle over the last about 6 years at this point. I have not, of course, been there for most of it, but I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Debbie and to Tavi and the others in the finance department, as well as IT and HR, who have all continued to partner together to get Oracle to where it needs to be. So as another kind of mention of how far we've come, there are only 2 findings before your council to consider this evening, included in the report and as identified by the auditor. That again is a big milestone because we've knocked off a number of findings that we've had over the last several years. Debbie will speak in more detail to the findings that the auditor has identified for this year and what we're planning to do about it. But these are ones that we've known about. We are diligently working to try and address. We have truly come a very long way. And I can't really underscore how much effort it has taken to get here. And so we recognize that the issues that are still before us are ones that we need to move quickly on, and we're trying to get there and having some internal conversations conversation about how do we appropriately resource so that we can move forward in getting Oracle to where it needs to be while also just continuing with our day-to-day. So I again want to thank Tavi, Debbie, and the rest of the finance team, Tracy Kawaguchi and Courtney Miles in particular, who also contributed significantly to the ACFR this year and audit preparation. And then I will quickly highlight the items before you this evening and just provide a little bit of context and then pass it over to Mr. Badawi, our auditor. So annual audits, of course, are required both by the city's charter as well as state law. And the purpose of the financial reports and the audits is to ensure that the city is fairly presenting the financial condition of the city in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles. The single audit pertains to how the city expended federal funds in fiscal year 22-23, and the TDA report pertains to how the city spent funds provided by that specific law, the Transportation Development Act. So with that, I will turn it over to our auditor, Mr. Ahmed Badawi.
Good evening. Thank you, Emily, for the introduction. Am I able to share my screen? Let me see. I guess I'm not able to.
You will in just one moment, sorry.
No worries. Yep, I am able now. All right. So you should be able to see my screen now. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting. And I know that you have a very, very busy calendar today, so I'm gonna try to be as brief as I can. But of course, feel free to interrupt me when you have questions so I can answer them promptly. Start it right here. So you're just adjusting the screen. All right, so today I'm gonna present to you the results of the fiscal year 2023 audit. And what I'm going to cover today is I'll let you know who the engagement team was, just the composition of the engagement team, what were the deliverables and the scope of our audit, areas that we emphasized on during our audit process, the type of audit opinion we issued, and some of the financial statement information, provide you some of the required communications as your independent auditor, a brief overview of the new accounting standards coming the city's way, and then see if you have any questions for me. As far as our engagement team, this was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner. We had an engagement manager, Wenwei Zhao. She's been the engagement manager for almost the entire amount we serviced the city of San Luis Obispo. We had one senior and three professional staff assigned to the engagement. As far as the deliverables, we were mostly engaged on providing an opinion on the city's basic financial statements. The city is subject to government auditing standards that requires us to issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. The city is also subject to what we call the single audit, which is the audit of the federal grants. So we have issued an opinion on the city's compliance with those federal requirements and federal grant requirements. We perform a compliance audit on the Transportation Development Act. We also perform an audit of the Whale-Rock Commission basic financial statements. We perform agreed upon procedures on the GAN limit, the appropriation limit calculation. And then finally, we are responsible for communicating with the governing body, which is what I'm doing today. And we normally also issue a letter summarizing that communication. As for our areas of primary audit emphasis, so many of the areas that we had were standard areas that we have in most of our audits. I think, like Emily mentioned earlier, we definitely have seen significant improvement during the year, and we didn't have any unique areas that we felt they were specifically for San Luis Obispo. But just to summarize the risks that we had, the revenues and receivable, this is always by default an area of a higher risk due to possibility of fraud or improper revenue recognition. So we rely heavily on confirming with third parties. So we send confirmations to the county, to the state, to grantees and franchisees. We ask them to confirm account balances and what they submitted to the city during the year, and we reconcile that to the city's accounting records. We also do a lot of ratio analysis on the proprietary fund and consumption and a variety of other analysis on those revenues. Another area of focus is pension and OPEB, the other post-employment benefits. And the reason this is an area of focus is just the dollar amounts are significant, the accounting is complex, it requires the city to obtain actuarial studies regarding the plan, and we evaluate the assumptions that were used in those actuarial studies. We communicate with the auditors of the plan. We confirm how much assets the city have invested in those plans, and then we also review the journal entries prepared by management to record those activities. A risk of management override of controls exists in almost every audit. That's because management is the one responsible for establishing, maintaining, and overseeing those internal controls. So they're often in a position to override them. So we design our audit procedures to reduce this risk to an acceptable level. We make sure that we assign more experienced staff to more complex areas, that we incorporate an element of unpredictability in our audit process, that we review the accounting policies and make sure that they are consistently applied. We test journal entries prepared by management. We also review any estimates that management prepared, make sure that it's free of bias. We evaluate business rationale for any unusual transactions. And then finally, we also do a lot of inquiries regarding related parties and fraud and so on throughout the city. As for the auditor's report, we have issued an unmodified opinion. Our opinions state the standards that we followed, which are the generally accepted auditing standard and the government auditing standards. An unmodified opinion, in summary, means that we agree with the city's numbers. We believe that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, that all accounting policies have been consistently applied, that all estimates are reasonable, and that all disclosure are properly reflected in the financial statements. As for the required communications as your independent auditor, I'm going to try to go through them quickly. On this slide, this is, I think, one of the more important slides, are the different responsibilities between the audit firm and city management. We are mostly responsible for providing an opinion on the city's basic financial statements. We're also responsible for evaluating internal control over financial reporting, evaluating compliance with laws and contracts and grants and regulations, ensuring that your financial statements are clear and transparent. And then finally, we're responsible for communicating with the governing body. Management is ultimately responsible for those financial statements. So our audit does not relieve management from its responsibility. Our audit only provides reasonable basis because it's on a test basis. It's not 100% validation or verification of transactions. So we are never in a position to provide absolute assurance. Management is also responsible for establishing internal control over financial reporting, making financial records available to us during the audit process, adjust the financial statements for any errors, establish controls that will also prevent and detect fraud, inform us of any known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on audit findings. As for our independence, we believe that we maintain our independence. We evaluate our independence annually. We circulate questionnaires to all of our firm members, asking them to identify any relationships with any of our clients or client personnel, and we make sure that those individuals are not involved in the city audit. We also evaluate any additional service that we offer the city, like compiling the annual comprehensive financial report, and we make sure that we put in place safeguards to ensure our independence. So we have an independent reviewer, somebody who's not involved in the audit, who reviews those financial statements prior to issuance as well. As far as timing, we believe that the timing of the audit was completed as communicated to the city in the engagement letter. I know that you heard earlier that there was improvement as far as issuing the final reports, and I definitely agree with that. Not only that we issued the city's annual comprehensive report, but also the single audit, which is a very complex compliance audit, and also the Transportation Development Act audit. So that's definitely a big improvement compared to the prior years, and I commend city staff for that for sure. Every year there are new accounting standards. I'm not gonna bother you with them, but those are the standards that management considered during the fiscal year and implemented as appropriate. I wanted to bring to your attention that some of the numbers in the financial statements are estimated numbers, so they're not actual numbers. And that is acceptable as long as there is a reasonable basis behind those estimates. And just wanted to bring to your attention some of those numbers. Pension plans and OPEB plans are obviously some of the largest estimates in the financial statements. Also on this slide, just wanted to bring to your attention to some of the more important note disclosures in the financials. I think those note disclosures just provide more information that may be difficult to obtain by just reading the numbers, such as the different risks that your investments may be exposed to, or maturity dates, or the assumptions in the pension plan, and so on. I'm pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during the audit. We felt that management was prepared and really was motivated to finish the audit timely, and made sure that they stay on top of the audit and all the way to the end. So we definitely felt no difficulties whatsoever. There were some adjustments and reclassifying entries, and management has posted all the proposed adjustments. So adjustments normally occur when after management close the books and present them for us for audit, that we discover errors. It is typical that we will discover a few here and there. That is not unusual, and management has agreed and posted those adjustments. I don't believe that any of them were material either. There were no significant risk or exposure that were identified. We normally communicate with legal counsel. We ask them to identify any outstanding litigations, just to make sure that if they're not covered by insurance, that there is proper disclosure in the financial statements, liabilities properly accounted for, and so on. We're pleased to report that we had no disagreement with management. We had one material weakness and one significant deficiency in internal controls. Those are recurring, so there's nothing new this year. The journal entries posting is just relating to just several people having the ability to post entries from different systems, like what we call the subsystems, without having to go through the formal approval process, and that really just poses risk of transactions not authorized being posted. And then again, the continuation of the payroll module implementation, I want to say that it's probably significantly better than when we started with the city a few years back. But nonetheless, there are still some issues that the city is still dealing with and having to do manual reconciliations to work around that. As far as obtaining representations from management, we obtained a letter from management. Management acknowledged in this letter their responsibility towards the financial statements, that they disclosed all known facts, that they're not aware of any fraud, and so on. We're also not aware that management has consulted with any other accounting firm regarding any audit matters. Other than our engagement letter and the representation letter, we had no other written communications with management. There were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions, and we have not become aware of any instance of fraud or illegal act. Just on this last slide is a summary of the new accounting standards that management will be looking at in the next couple of years. With that, that completes my presentation. So I am definitely more than happy to answer questions, but I also want to thank the city for allowing us the opportunity to provide service.
Thank you so much, Mr. Badawi, and thank you for meeting with the Vice Mayor and myself as well. And luckily, due to the thorough report, there were not a massive amount of questions and thorough amount of work with staff as well. So I will ask my colleagues any questions. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Let me pull up. There was one item. I think it's one of the items that you were addressing in your audit. I'm just going to look at the page number here real quick. Excuse me. I think it's, let me look at the page number in the report. It's in the single audit report, it's page 14, but in our packet, it's page 546. And there's a notation, it goes through what the condition is, what the cause is, what the effect is, the recommendation, and the status. And I was just a little bit confused by the status. It says none noted in current fiscal year. Can you kind of translate for me what that means?
Sure.
Does that mean that error didn't occur again this year, or?
Yeah, so the issue about the loans receivable, that we became aware of them, that some of those loans, and I'm actually just trying to make sure I remember the comment exactly. Yeah, so those were loans that were omitted in the past, and in prior year, it came to our attention through the city that those loans were omitted, and that they were supposed to be on the financial statements from before. So we're just saying that that this year there were no new things that came to our mind, that came to our attention, that were omitted, basically. That it was a one-time event. The city discovered that those loans were not reported. The city corrected the financial statements. This year, we did not have a situation where new loans were discovered that they were also omitted or.
So the issue was addressed, essentially. It happened once and the issue was addressed, and that's what you're stating by saying none were noted in the current fiscal year.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Of course.
Thank you very much. City Manager Johnson.
I just want to note for the record, those are affordable housing loans. And so this has been some of the effort, that we have a lot of those loans. So as Mr. Badawi pointed out, that those are loans that we should have had reflected, and we've collected all those, and then now those have those summarized.
Great, thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you for a really thorough report. And these questions actually might be for city staff instead. Thank you, Mr. Badawi, for a great presentation. My question stemmed from the system-generated entries, and there was a comment in there about them that we were looking how to resolve that within the Oracle system. And I understand that we have the overtime issue within the Oracle system and having to put that in manually, but I was having trouble understanding where the system was blocking us from being able to limit who is putting the entries in. I'm not sure if I phrased that correctly, but. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is related to journal entries. So there are postings that can occur in what we call the subledgers, like payables or receivables, payroll, some of those subledgers. If we make a correction in the subledger and it pushes it automatically to the general ledger, that's happening automatically without there being an intervening approval step. So that was the concern about people being able and having access to making corrections at the subledger level, those then moving forward to the general ledger without an approval process. So we are working with Oracle to see what we can do to create some workflows that would send those transactions for approval, and also restraining the number of people who have access to make those types of corrections in the subledger systems.
Thank you for explaining that so clearly. My only other question was, there was a mention from Mr. Badawi about the lack of management discussion on the Transportation Development Act report, and it wasn't implied that that was an issue, but I was curious why there was no management discussion on that element.
I'm not sure that he meant to say that we didn't have any discussion about it. We've had lots of discussion about it. There just haven't been any issues.
You meant the management discussion and analysis?
Yeah, the narrative portion.
Yeah. I mean, the transportation development is not it's not a legal entity, and I'm not going to say it's not required, but the standard says that the city and ourselves, obviously as preparers, should try as much as possible as to have all the pieces of the financial statements, including the management discussion and analysis. But sometimes the nature of the program and what's normally required in the MD&A sometimes makes it that it is not a very meaningful document, because it normally talks about financial condition, the economic outlook, some other matters. Nonetheless, when it's not included in the financial statements, we have to make a comment saying that it's not included. It is nonetheless an unaudited part of the financial statement. So even if it was included, we normally don't opine on it. But it does not change our audit opinion in any way as to the numbers. But the management can try to create an MD&A. I mean, of course, you have one for the city. It's harder to meet all the elements of the MD&A when you have a small program that you're trying to describe, because it doesn't have like governing body, it doesn't have all the other components that we normally discuss in an MD&A.
Understood. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I had a question about the unassigned fund balance of $8.3 million. And from what Mr. Badawi said, these are estimates at this point, is that correct?
Not the fund balance. Fund balance should be actual numbers. So I guess some of the numbers that, some of the expenses that you may have recorded are based on an estimate, and expenses does impact fund balance.
Okay.
So I guess indirectly, maybe yes.
Thank you. Okay, so, and then it's, there's an unassigned fund balance of 8.3 million minus 2 million for storms. That's what I read. And my question is whether the $3,872 that is being considered by the REOC in their upcoming meeting is included in this unassigned fund balance. In other words, does that include the sales tax? Or has the sales tax been, the REOC is going to come up with a recommendation to this council. So I'm just curious how those things relate.
Sure. A portion of that $8.3 million is attributable to the local revenue measure. And that, of course, will be a discussion that the REOC will be having this week on Thursday. And that will result in a recommendation to your council. And the entirety of that $8.3 million will be the subject of the mid-year budget review, and what you want to do or not do with any of that money will be part of that discussion.
Okay, so that's coming up at mid-year. So I'm just want to say that I think it'd be good to have an ad hoc committee again. So thank you for helping me figure that out.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thank you. I asked my question of the auditor, but I forgot I had a couple for staff too, and they kind of relate to what Councilmember Marks was asking. Just for the folks that are diving through this and trying to assess what money is left over at the end of the year, now that the numbers are about as complete as they're going to be and finalized as they're going to be. In the staff report, and Councilmember Marks just referred to the unassigned fund balance, the $8.3 million. It also says in the staff report that about $2 million of that is spent on storm response. And then there was also a reference that said, I think that it said that there was actually 4.8 million available. Is that correct? And does that include the LRM? I guess I'm getting a little bit confused about what amount of money is actually left.
I asked some of those same questions. City Manager Johnson was.
Yes, so what we'll be bringing to you on February 6th is unassigned fund balance of 6.2 million, local revenue measure unassigned balance of 3.8 million. We've got some capital reserve of 1.8. Completed projects of 680,000 and some IT replacement funds. So the total recommendation will be coming to you on February 6th is $12.7 million of reallocating dollars, consistent with council adopted policy. So you've got adopted policy about how to use one-time dollars, and the priorities are unfunded pension liabilities, and then 2 capital improvement projects or health and safety. And so you'll see the recommendations coming forward, but the numbers that will be presented to you on February 6th come straight out of tonight's audit.
Okay, so just to repeat, because I think I did see that number, I did see a couple of those numbers in the report. It's 3.8 of local revenue measure. So that portion, to Councilmember Marks's question, is what REOC would look at, just the 3.8. And the other 6.2 and other numbers that you said those are just general fund.
Correct. Those are general fund dollars. Councilmember Shorsman will be bringing those back consistent with the policy direction that the council's given us in the past.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for the clarity. Seeing no other questions, is there public comment? City Clerk. Oh, so sorry, Debbie.
We actually do have a few more slides, and Mr. Badawi, if you could stop sharing, then we will reshare our screen and finish out our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ahmed. Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tavi. I serve as the city's senior accountant. And as Ahmed mentioned, the city was once again able to achieve a clean audit opinion. And we also experienced fund balance increases in all of our major funds, including the general fund, water fund, sewer, transit, and parking. That's not to say that we don't have some areas for improvement, but as your finance team, we are committed and confident that we can overcome and continue to improve upon the audit findings that we will be covering shortly. Now, while we invite the public to read the full annual financial report in its entirety, we do recognize that it can be quite lengthy and have a lot of technical information. Some folks might even consider it a little bit boring. I find it fascinating, but that's probably why I'm an accountant. Therefore, the city has also prepared the popular annual financial report, which summarizes the same information in a more condensed and accessible format for the readers. With this report, we hope to promote public engagement as well as understanding of the city's finances. So this report is also made available on the city's website along with the full financial report. And with that, I will turn it back over to Debbie.
I think we've basically covered what most of the things that I wanted to cover, but the federal single audit is related to how we spent the federal grant money that came to us. During this fiscal year, we had about $6.9 million in federal grants. The majority of that was transit related, with about 4.1 million, and we did have some COVID money in there. We've mentioned the findings a couple of times. They continue to be areas that we are working on addressing. And just before this meeting, Tavi and I were discussing the fact that in the payroll module implementation, we had a major milestone today in that work effort with the third-party consultant. So we feel very comfortable that we're getting very close to having that very complex topic out of our way and behind us and moving forward. So we continue to make progress on those items as well. And then lastly, we do have the Transportation Development Act report that's in front of you. Most of our TDA money is spent on transit activities, but there is a little piece of that that is also allocated for bicycle and pedestrian projects. One of the things that comes along with the TDA and the transit money is a fare box revenue ratio. We have to maintain 20% of our revenue coming from our fare box. And this year, that ratio is 159%, so we have more than met that ratio. And with that, we will be happy to take any remaining questions that you may have, or if not, then just a reminder what the recommendation in front of you tonight is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I have to say that the popular that you sent us a couple days ago, I think it's always such a great opportunity for people who don't want to read through the entire thing, but have an understanding of what our budget is. And I think as we look at people who are trying to figure out how do we spend our money, why do we spend it the way we do, it really is clear. So thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thanks. Yeah, just one question about that fare box ratio number, because that 159% to someone who doesn't know how that's calculated looks like a really big number, and like maybe calls into question what our rates are for transit if we're at 159%. So maybe you could just explain why that number is so high.
Sure, I'd be happy to. There have been, since COVID, some regulations that allow us to make adjustments to that number. We've historically been really close to that 20% number, but with some of the impacts of COVID and what that did to some of our transit systems, and they're still struggling to recover, the state has made some allowances for us to be able to use some different numbers to calculate the ratios, and that makes our ratio look a little more in favor.
Is it related to some of the grant funding that we've received?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great question. Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Mayor Pease?
I was just going to make a quick comment, but I don't.
Should we do public comment?
Yes.
Okay. Any public comment, City Clerk?
No, we have none.
Okay. Vice Mayor Pease?
Yeah, just appreciate the time of the auditor and all the great work of the staff. I agree, the popular annual financial report, again, a mouthful. I know we had the CAFR, now it's the ACFR, and I'm thinking this is the PAYFR, like this is how we pay for everything at the city. So anyway, I think we could use an easier name even just for the document, so not that one. Otherwise, I'll move acceptance if there's a motion. Any other discussion?
I don't think there's any other main discussion. Councilmember Shorsman.
I was just going to second it.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion, a second, and an overall greatness of your work for all of the detail and the audit, as well as the popular PAYFR. City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. I know there's so much more detail that goes on behind what we see in the presentation.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So next up is the Transit Innovation Study Session. This was brought originally on November 7th, and it was continued. And I thank you also, I'll just say in the audience, we have Jeff Straw, who is here in case we have any other questions, and greatly appreciate you sitting through this entire meeting and being here at the end. I'll let you get settled before you get going.
And Madam Mayor, we think we've got about a 20-minute presentation tonight, so I confer with Mr. Horn. So we're going to run through, we know you saw the report back on November 7th, and so we updated the report and provided some substantial agenda correspondence. And so we'll run through the slide deck, and so we can get quickly to any sort of lingering questions and then deliberations tonight.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and so we'll quickly run through the slide deck. Oh, Matt Horn, Public Works Director. I'm joined with Alex Fuchs, our business, mobility business service manager. In the crowd, we have Jennifer Rice, our Deputy Director of Mobility, and of course, Jeff Straw here for our phone a friend for any transit-related issues. Alex is going to go through our presentation fairly quickly, talk about some background, review, study objectives, themes of what we heard from stakeholder input, talk about implementation, request council feedback, and then go through some agenda correspondence circulated today, if there's any questions, and also get some items that we didn't pick up earlier today. So with that, I'll give it to Alex. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Matt. And I do want to say also that from the consultant group that did the study for us, Arcadis, formerly IBI Group, we have Josh Albertson that is in remote. So if we do have specific questions for him, how he came up with some of these recommendations or the analysis that he put into it, that we can also call upon him as well. So before you tonight is 3 recommendations. One is to receive and file the Transit Innovation Study. Second is to provide any necessary direction to finalize the report and begin implementation. And then the third is to, as recommended by the Mass Transportation Committee, adopt a draft resolution approving a pilot program for discounted passes for K through 12 students. So the overarching theme really, and this has been from the outset of the Transit Innovation Study, is to achieve the city's mode split objectives that were adopted as part of the 2014 Land Use and Circulation Element Updates, or as they're also called, the LUCE updates. So what you see before you on the right-hand side are the 2035 mode split objectives that we are aiming for, with the very, I would say, lofty goal of 12% of commute trips by transit. And when I say commute trips, it's any commute trip from a city resident. So if it's going to work, school, even fun activities, visiting someplace, that counts toward it. And the last time we collected that data was through a city transportation survey that was issued by city staff in 2019, and it showed that right now about 2% of trips are captured on transit. So a long way to go, but in this year, our active transportation group will be issuing a new study that will provide updated numbers and see the progress on how close we are to those mode split objectives. Second part of it, and you heard it earlier today during the city manager report, is that transit is trying to rebuild ridership to pre-pandemic levels. So we were at close to 1 million. Last year in 2022-23, we ended at about 515,000. With what we're seeing through the first 6 months of this year, we're getting close to 600,000, which is great news for us. I think a part of it is we restored partial services in October, and then Cal Poly now is 100% in person. So I think those two are kind of adding to the increase in numbers. And what we're hoping through this innovation study is to capture more of those choice riders, or what we would call sort of general ridership that is not related to Cal Poly. So the Transit Innovation Study objectives, as I said, achieve mode split objectives, and then to provide actionable recommendations that move us closer to it, either through new technology, new mode service delivery. And this can come in a wide array of hardware, software, planning tools. And so the consultants really looked at dozens that other agencies are doing throughout the country. Anything from preventative maintenance system planning to new technology like updated auto vehicle locator systems, down to even some changes to our pass and fare options. And so this graphic is just supposed to show you some that they had entertained. The ones that are highlighted, as you'll see in some of the preceding slides, are the ones that actually made it into the recommendations. So after the extensive analysis that our consultants did, we ended up with 17 recommendations that we then took and categorized into 5 main themes that you'll see before you. So critical upgrades to ongoing technical support that mainly benefits our operations, but then also has downstream benefits to our users. Technology upgrades to improve that user experience. fare and program changes to increase accessibility, enhance service and alternate transportation. Like one of the bigger themes that is going on right now in the transit industry is on sort of on-demand services, and then complementing with microtransit, bike share, car share, things of that nature. And then infrastructure improvements, so improved bus shelters, improved right-of-way improvements so that it's easier for buses to drop people off, pick people up, so on and so forth. Before we get into the recommendations that are under each category, I did want to go through how to sort of read the table. We got some feedback through the process through some of our stakeholders that there's a lot of colors and words in there and stuff. And so really the first column is just the overall ranking. So of the 17, this one as an example ranks third overall. And then of course the second column is the title of the recommendation. So for this one, it's in CAT and AVL. I'm going to try to stay away from acronyms, but it means computer assisted dispatch and auto vehicle location. The third column, relevance to SLO, it's how much the consultants and the stakeholders felt that it would be a fit for our community. And then impact to ridership, I talked about earlier, the overarching goal of increasing ridership and meeting our mode split objectives. How well do we think that recommendation advances that end goal? And then time frame, this plan reached out to about 3-4 years, maybe a little bit longer now that we're here in January as opposed to being in November, but short term is 1 to 2, medium is 2 to 3, and then long term is more than 3. And then cost, you'll see, is related to our city's purchasing policy. So I asked the consultants to organize in that manner so that when we went to implement, we could use as a quick reference of what approval levels we'd have to go through in order to accomplish that recommendation. And then priority there is high, medium, low priority. That kind of summarizes these 4 middle columns and says, okay, at the end of the day, what is this in regards to the Transit Innovation Study Plan? Is it high, medium, or low? So the first theme, critical upgrades that support ongoing operations. When we did our stakeholder meeting, we kind of took these 3 and said, these are almost must-haves. Technology is advancing everything in the world around us that we do, and certain things that can be as simple as like security cameras, you wouldn't think, but every 5, 8, 10 years at maximum, they need to be replaced. Some of our camera systems are from 07 because that's how old our buses are. And so it's really, we're at that critical period where service isn't available anymore, support isn't, spare parts. And so we really need to go forward with full system replacements. And so we asked the consultants and the stakeholders to be respectful of these 3 and kind of keep them high and understand that they may have low impact to ridership, but they really impact the way we can deliver those services efficiently and not only monitor it, but then be able to provide recommendations in real time. So second theme, technologies that improve user rider experience. This middle one, enhance real-time passenger information, really connects back to those 3 that we saw for critical infrastructure upgrades and really kind of takes it onto the user side. So it's where the bus is, how full the buses are, what information can we push out to passengers in real time. That's kind of what enhanced real-time passenger performance is. And then open loop payment system is something I think was covered quite a bit in the agenda correspondence, but it's really just creating a system where instead of having a pass or cash, you can get on and you can pay with your mobile app, you can tap and go, you can you can register with our system, and then anybody else that participates in Cal ITP's system, their open loop system, they can also get on there and pay with the same form of payment. So as an example, if someone is a registered senior citizen and they have a discounted rate with us, in theory, anybody else that participates in the program, they can get the same discounted rate without having to apply. Say if they want to go up to Monterey, they can just show their pass. So the third theme, fare programs and updates to increase transit opportunities. One of the recommendations before you is to expand our K through 12 fare and pass options. That is covered in a slightly different form in the study. The study calls for our expansion of our fare-free summer program to include possibly year-round. As sort of an interim, staff is recommending going forward with a discounted pass so that we can then monitor participation in that and then possibly come back with a more permanent solution. But also exploring expanded fare options for seniors and disabled passengers as well, and then exploring more institutional partnerships like we have with Cal Poly, but branching out to possibly county, Cuesta College, or any other big employers that we feel would have sort of a captured audience that would be a good fit for our fixed route services. Fourth theme, bus shelters, street improvements. These are things like lighting, benches, and then also co-locating these in sort of what we would call mobility hubs, where you could have a car share space next to a transit stop that also has adequate bike infrastructure to where someone would feel comfortable leaving their bike there. Most of these are longer term or require a little bit more collaboration with either other divisions, departments, or regional partners. So you'll see more of this being medium time frame or higher cost to implement. And then our fifth theme, enhanced service and alternate transit options. It's just how we organize this, where the #1 recommendation of enhanced fixed route services ended up in the fifth theme. It's just kind of what happens. But through the feedback that we received, it was clear that focusing on more frequent fixed route service on the routes we have should be and is the #1 priority in order to get more people on the bus. It's something that I've heard since I've started in this position 7 months ago is I would take the bus if it came more often. And so we hear you loud and clear. So speaking of stakeholder review, we had the consultants put together about 7 memos that ended up becoming sort of chapters within the report. And those memos went out to stakeholders, both internal and external, and we solicited feedback, revised them, and then those eventually were compiled into this report. When we got I think it was the first draft of the report, we decided to hold a stakeholder workshop because now we had the full list of recommendations. We had the full priority list, and we wanted to go through and say, is this correct? And so we had a 2-hour session on September 25th to do just that. And then we used this program called Slido, I think if I'm saying it correctly. And again, it was clear that enhanced services on fixed routes was #1. It had, of the 17 that we had, it was head and shoulders above it. So it actually remained as that, and then we did some slight reorganization of the preceding 16 based on the feedback that we had received. So implementing recommendations, I didn't want to just come here and do a receive and file. I wanted the opportunity to kind of put some of these into action, and luckily some of the recommendations are more administrative related, so we have been working in the background to try to advance them. And so we've identified 4 that we either have taken action on or plan to in the next couple months. First one being pursue open loop payment system. Second one is grant funding opportunities for tech upgrades. Third one is the expansion of the K through 12 student fare options. And then the fourth one being the expansion of the downtown access program. We've also identified certain recommendations that are probably a better fit for our short range transit plan update, which is happening right now. We kicked it off in September. The consultants have produced the first working paper, which is basically an overview of our existing transit system. So it's great timing that we finalize this study, and then we can roll into the operational analysis that's going to be happening over the coming months in the short range transit plan process. But those include things like enhancing fixed route services, micromobility, institutional partnerships, and then of course bus shelter enhancements. So for the open loop payment system, this is just a reminder for people that aren't familiar with it because it's not the most obvious term or phrase that I've ever heard. But it basically just means that you can use mobile apps or banking cards or contactless payment to pay for your fares, and you can do it in a way that's sort of cross agency. It's not just specific to us. So SlowCog actually put out a call for projects as part of the Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program and Zero Emission transit capital program, and they're a board approved moving forward with a open loop payment system on a region-wide basis. So they are sort of the owners of that project. Their board approved submitting it to the issuing agency, which is California State Transportation Agency. So I believe as of today, they're still waiting to hear back of whether their list of projects has been approved. And if so, they'll be given approval for distribution of funds, and then we can move forward with scoping. So it's all great news on that front. The second one is funding opportunities for tech upgrades. So on the city side, we asked for funds through this TERSIP program to replace our AVL system and then to replace our security camera system. And so SOCOG's board approved allocation of $880,000 of that pot of money to go to the city specifically for those two projects. So again, we're waiting on review and hopefully approval by the state. And then if it is, and we're notified of distribution, then at supplement, we'll return with capital projects that are related to these funding opportunities. The third one, which is related to the draft resolution that we're presenting tonight, is really just establishing a one-time ride discounted pass of $1 an hour for K through 12 students, and then a 15 ride pass at $15, which is similar to what we do for our 31-day pass discounted student option. But as we've received feedback from the community, mainly Laguna Middle School parents, that the 31-day pass is not a one-size-fits-all, and they want more diversity of options. And so this mirrors a lot of what we do for senior and disabled, just at a similar rate that we offer for the 31-day student pass. So the idea behind it is we would run this for about 15 months, basically through the end of this school year, and then for the entire fiscal year entire academic year for 2024, 2025. And at that time, we would have really good data on the amount of usage for students paying the one ride fare, paying the 15 ride, and then we have data on the 31-day pass, because that is an active fare right now. So it would just be an opportunity for us to come back and have real good data on the potential impacts of, say, doing something like a fare-free program for K through 12 for the entire year, as opposed to just for summertime. The fourth opportunity for immediate action is expansion of our downtown access pass program. Right now, you have to apply, be approved, and then provide quarterly verification of employment that you are within a downtown business. It's not well marketed. I think a lot of things kind of took a back seat during the COVID pandemic. And so we see some participation, but there's definitely opportunities to remove these barriers to entry. And so we're looking at that, and that's something that I believe staff can just do at the administrative level. One thing may just be you do a one-time annual application and then an annual renewal. So if somebody leaves and, oh no, someone's getting a free ride on the bus for a year, okay, I'm willing to take that if that means we get increased participation within the Downtown Access Pass program. There's also opportunities to expand it and maybe go beyond the downtown area, but that's something where I need to do a little bit more research and see if it is something that needs to come back before council. But definitely our policy of how we administer it, we're going to take action on right now. And so as I mentioned, some of these recommendations are going to be rolled into the short-range transit plan. This is the revised schedule that LSC Transportation Consultants have provided us. We're obviously in January of 24. They've completed the task 3, aka working paper 1, which is the overview of the transit system. We've commented on it and are awaiting a revised working paper back to us, which will then be essentially the public document. It'll be posted on our webpage and available for general comment. And then the next 2 working papers, which will take care of goals, objectives, and standards, should be available by the end of this month. And then the one for service and system evaluation, which takes all the surveying that they did on board and through the community survey and compiles it and analyzes it at that time, will be available by end of February, early March. And so we didn't because this is a study session, we do have feedback questions that we want to solicit from you all tonight. And so these were just kind of starter questions to hopefully get sort of, I mean, I can tell by the agenda correspondence, there's already a lot of, formulating happening. So, so I don't think looking back, need to do this, but it's still an opportunity to kind of get the ball rolling in that aspect. And with that, the next slide is, again, the recommendation. So I think at this time, I feel comfortable turning it over to you all for comment and questions.
Well, thank you, and thank you for going through this. Councilmember Shoresman and I were laughing that back in November, we had all this in our mind, and then we looked back at our notes and went, what was that? So had to really reread this entire thing, and I'm actually thrilled that I did so close to this because there were questions that I really hadn't even thought of back in November that I have now thought of now. Sorry, that was very confusing at the end of the night here. And I just want to ask one question before I start with my colleagues. I'm still trying to wrap my head around, I read the agenda correspondence again, and why we didn't have input from people who are seniors or people with disabilities for the input for the community engagement part.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Really, by the time I got to oversee this innovation study, we had recognized that it was well past due, and we felt that we had done some outreach through the memo process, but definitely needed to expand it, and that's why we opted to do the stakeholder workshop, and we invited even more individuals than were included through the initial memo review. But you're right, there was an opportunity to have more people at the table, and it's something that I'm not going to make a mistake going into the short-range transit plan. So there's definitely more opportunities for input over the next 15 months as we develop the short-range transit plan. There's going to be heavy input from it. And we're coordinating with SLOCOG to make sure that the unmet transit needs study that they're doing is not just a one-to-one of the short-range transit plan update that we're doing. So yes, we are taking corrective action on that.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yes, so in your outreach, let me add a couple of constituencies to your list along with disability and seniors. Bike Coalition would be a good entity to reach out to, and also the homeless serving organizations, because we know that the homeless population is heavily dependent on our bus system to get around. So those would be some that I would add to the list. I think you had Cal Poly in there, but also Cuesta students, probably big users. You answered a lot of my questions in the agenda correspondence, and the report is really clear, and I love this table that kind of, I'm staring at it right now, this table 1 that lists them all prioritized with the grid showing the high priority, low priority, short-term, long-term, all of that. It's very helpful resource to just look at quickly at a glance. You mentioned some funding that had been applied for or that was possible, and it strikes me that one of the things you mentioned is to pursue open loop. One of the funding sources sounded like it was to pursue the open loop payment. Is that correct? So that's kind of would go towards what is currently priority number 2?
If I recall the full history, and maybe this is where we call upon Jeff Straw, I believe RTA originally submitted for that, and we had discussions prior to submitting our individual project list, and then SLOCOG had decided to make it a region-wide effort. Is that correct?
Yeah, and actually expanded, not just for the transit agencies in the county, but also to look at fare buy-off. So the 2.6 million, that was their number 1 priority for SLOCOG, included some buy down of fares. Not sure how that's going to work, but that's something that we could use it for even your program here, because they knew that was one of the pieces of your transit innovation study, is to try to lower fares for certain communities. So that was something they threw into it as well to make it even more encompassing. So originally we thought we would do it because we're the purveyors of the regional pass system, but then when SLOCOG, they talked us out of it and said, hey, listen, let's take a bigger arms around it and let's make it more regional. So
So some of that funding might possibly be available to help slow transit kind of come into the partnership, so to speak, and
Well,
a
they
bigger
probably
picture.
require it. So part of the TDA requirements in the county is the SLOCOG requires you to participate in the regional fair program. So we collect the funds and then push money back across the table to different transit agencies, including Slow Transit. I wanted that to be a part of it as well, so that we're all using the same technology and it talks to each other and it's seamless. We want the passengers to be able to use one type of system and go. So SLOCOG, they're likely going to require that as part of the TDA funding arrangement with the operators, transit operators like Slow Transit and RTA.
Makes perfect sense, and I think that would be really, really helpful for the ridership to be able to just use one kind of payment system for all the different transit options. There was another funding source I think possibly mentioned that sounded like it would potentially go to support replacing and improving some of the camera systems. Is that true? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, that's correct. One of the items that we had asked for is a full replacement of our camera systems on the vehicles, and then our upload and data storage system, just because it's so old. And as we procure new buses, we're running into conflicts where we're either running two different systems or maybe the same manufacturer, but they lack the connectivity that we need. And then also looking at our auto vehicle locator system as well, because a lot of these, and if to simplify the recommendations table, if you could probably combine a lot of these into one big one, because they are all very complementary components. So that was something that we identified as the AVL system would be a good complementary system to the security camera system as well.
Okay, so there's potentially some funding sources for priorities 2, 3, and 6. Is that, just trying to get clear, because we have money for them, what we'd already kind of put in our highest priority list, because we've potentially got some funding sources for them.
Yeah, if I recall the priority numbers correct, yes.
You don't have them committed to memory? Thank you. And then the other question I had was about the rate structure proposed, especially for the pilot project for the K through 9 or K through 12 kids. And just wondering, did we think about, just for ease of administration, if for no other reason, and the prices really aren't that different, just making the K through 12 passes the same price as the elderly passes?
No, in all honesty. I focus more on the 31-day pass and trying to come up with complimentary fares and passes that align with that discounted rate. But it's something that's totally viable right now, and it may make administration of it even simpler.
Something to think about. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great idea. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shoresman, for all of your questions. I think you all can probably tell this council is very excited about this. So thank you so much for all of the information and all the communication. We really appreciate it. One of the things that came up in this presentation is the focus on the enhanced fixed route services being such a high priority, and the thing that really just changes everything for getting people actually riding the bus. And I got a little bit nervous when I saw that it got moved to the short range transit plan, because then I saw that we don't get to see that until July. And then it started to feel like, oh, we're just pushing this off further and further. And I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about, are we expecting to see a delay in implementation because it's moved to the short range transit plan? Is there any way to be a little bit more expeditious here?
Yes, if I was to be absolutely hopeful, but we still have a reduced modified service schedule that we're running. So we're not even running our pre-pandemic service, but it also, the innovation study was really looking at new technologies and new service methods, and wasn't really designed to analyze the potential ridership, impacts of going from an hourly service to a half-hour service. And that's really what the short range transit plan is more built for and more scope for. So yeah, unfortunately, I have to say tonight that we have to all be patient and wait a little bit longer. But yeah, the intent is by June, July, we will have a draft operations plan and operational budget as part of the short range transit plan for y'all to review. And then it would come back again in December or early 2025 for adoptions. And then, yeah, we would try very hard to put together a list of opportunities for immediate action, kind of like we did with the transit innovation study.
Great. So when there are opportunities to get more service going more quickly, we could potentially do that in the interim.
Yes, there is a cost associated with it, and
Absolutely.
but yes, we could look to do that.
Well, thank you. And then kind of to piggyback on the question about the discounted passes for K-12, you had talked about part of the study was looking at the expansion of the free fare program during the summer, but then we were going to run this discounted program as a pilot. And I wondered why we might not just skip to that free fare expansion instead of trying to do this interim dollar rides. And I understand we need to have that fare box number, but I'm also, if we're looking to raise ridership and train folks from a young age to ride the bus, it might really be a worthwhile investment.
No, absolutely. And in preparation for the November 7th meeting, from when we really had a final draft in mid-October, it didn't feel like there was enough opportunity to do that analysis. And so this is really an interim solution to build that database that we could then come back with. But if there's support tonight to do fare free for the entire year, then I'm supportive of that as well.
Yeah, I think we probably would need to see what that would mean numbers wise, if there's, the cost obviously associated with that, but I would absolutely be in favor of kind of jumping the interim step if we can get folks riding the bus. And I know you answered this question for me on agenda correspondence. So one of the things, some of us read that book, Better Buses, Better Cities. And I think, the major recommendations, of course, were the enhanced fixed route services, but also the access across arterials, busy arterials. And there was, some really, gut-wrenching stories in there about people trying to get to their bus stop. And I happen to, this is a little selfish, because I live on a busy arterial and I can see the bus stop that would take me to downtown, but it would literally take me 3/4 of a mile to get across to it safely, or I can run madly across Broad, which, is not ideal. And so I know that this is something that comes across, or that it gets covered with the right-of-way improvements instead of the transit innovation study, but I'm just wanting to keep front of mind how important those safe crossings are so that people can access their transit stops, so that we're having that conversation kind of continually about how to build those in. So I guess that wasn't a question, sorry.
No, I mean, I will say, in the lead up to this, when we were waiting for our time at the dais, I did talk to my new boss, Jennifer Rice, about being part of planning development phases of these right-of-way improvement projects, because she does come from that transportation engineering world, and not only for us, but RT as well, to make sure it's fitting both of our operational needs. But yes, I agree. We're going to have a big part of that from, moving forward.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. And last thing here, lighting in our bus stops, improved lighting in our bus stops. I know that's going to be an expensive improvement to make. And it was ranked as a medium need on our chart there. But I just wanted to reinforce that in conversations with a ton of students in particular who are riding the buses at kind of odd hours, early in the morning, late at night. I was just at the Cal Poly Hackathon downtown, and there was a group focused on improving transit for Cal Poly students. And that was just kind of the reoccurring theme, was that they felt unsafe at the bus stops. And again, to come back to that book, Better Cities, or Better Buses, Better Cities, they're really making sure that the bus stops, provide adequate lighting and safety, and all of that is such a big part of all of this. So I just wanted to kind of gently encourage us to bump that up as another one of the major things that we're focusing on to especially get our Cal Poly students out riding.
No, absolutely. And one of the things that I should have highlighted as an opportunity for immediate action is the study identifies our outdated bus inventory list as to do, and we are working on that right now. We're graced with 2 wonderful Cal Poly interns, and they are working on getting that data for us, and then we can start working on amenities that we think would benefit the areas where we have a lot of ridership. And so, yeah, it is in the works, and I should have put it on my list of action items. So I apologize.
No, this is really great. I'm just so excited by all of the work that you've done, and those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I was, I have to say my, I'm not a bus rider at this point, but I do observe the transit center, quote unquote, outside our city hall, and the RTA across outside the county government center. And I notice often that there are people who are standing around and they won't sit on the benches because there are people sitting on the benches or more or less occupying the benches with a lot of trash and items and things like that. And so I was looking for that in this sort of addressing the question of if it's something that can be handled, maybe it comes under the rubric of safety. But I do feel that people are discouraged from riding the buses because of some fear of encounter at the bus stop or inside the bus. And inside a bus, as you know, there's no place you can go, right? You're kind of stuck. You're in a bus. So I don't know exactly. I have no, solutions, but I just feel that when you're looking at how to improve and increase ridership, I think there are people who would be what you call choice riders, in that they choose to ride the bus for whatever reason. I think there's some hesitancy out there, even hesitancy to sit at the bus stop. So I see people who are elderly, I see people who are disabled standing around and not sitting down on a bench because the benches are being occupied, more or less. So that's something that I wanted to bring up. I don't know what your response is. I don't even know if it fits into this plan. I don't even know if it's a bus problem or if it's another kind of problem. So, yeah. What do you think?
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. What do I think? So one thing that we're focusing on now in transit, and besides the transit innovation study and the other things that we're doing, is the maintenance of existing facilities. And so I think we all heard last council meeting, getting into the buses, kind of making sure the upholstery is taken care of, making sure there's not graffiti inside the buses. So we are focusing in on that. Additionally, we're focusing in on the maintenance and repair of our bus shelters, and so you'll see greater levels of care provided there. And we're also working with our enforcement staff to ensure that everyone's complying with the rules of occupying a public space, a public area, bench for transit usage. So we are actively working to clean and make sure everyone's following the rules. And that's really, I believe that's the maximum amount that we can do as staff to try to make a clean, safe, and inviting transit system.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to just mention is that, and this came up through public comment a couple of meetings ago, about having the routes posted in the buses somehow. I mean, if you can look at the interior of the bus as when people are riding the bus, they're there for a while till they get off, right? So what are they going to look at? And one thing would be the routes. And in some cities, they actually have electronic, announcements that here's the next bus stop coming up. It's probably too sophisticated for us. But the other thing is that there's some creative things that could be done inside the bus, like poems or wise quotations, or things for people to think about and read, and maybe something like our civility code that we have for our meetings, actually having some content inside the buses that would enhance the experience and maybe sort of be somewhat persuasive in terms of the atmosphere in the bus. So I just wanted to throw that out. I know that we talked about having an ordinance about conduct on the buses to have a little more I think that's in the process, right? That hasn't been done, hasn't come back to us yet. I think that's important.
City Manager, that's 2 meetings, correct?
Madam Mayor, just give me one moment, I'll get you that date.
Completely, thank you.
That's okay. I don't need the exact date. That's all right. But that's something else. I mean, the actual experience of being on the bus, the actual experience of being at the bus stop, I feel that, what Chief Scott was talking about, there is safety and then there is the feeling safe. And I feel like that's something that our system and the RTA also needs to work on. I mean, we get public comments of people saying, people who work for the county saying they don't want to walk through the downtown because they have to go by the RTA bus stop and people are swearing and fighting and doing all this stuff. So, so do some magic, I guess is what I'm saying. Anyway, I just wanted to bring it up. I think we really could encourage people to use the bus more if it were a more pleasant and safe experience.
No, I absolutely agree. And one thing I just wanted to add to Matt's comments about cleanliness is we were pressure washing the transit center. I think it was once a month. We're now doing it twice a week. So we are really trying to attack that problem and make it a place that people want to sit and feel relaxed and feel comfortable to wait for a bus. And then we do have, I think, 4 additional bus shelter locations that are the old style bus shelters that we're going to be replacing with newer ones that do have LED, solar powered lighting, things of that nature, and that will make it a little bit more inviting of a space. But I wish I was at the January 9th meeting to talk to the person directly, but I do agree we are missing updated rider guides, and our wonderful transit coordinator, Jesse, is working on those right now. And then so we'll be able to get those published, get them onto the buses, and they'll reflect our current services that we provide. And then we'll also do those big, nice map displays that everyone sees at the transit center. So that is in the works.
Did you say you're pressure washing every 2 weeks?
No, twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay,
Twice a week,
great,
yeah.
thanks. Sorry, I knew I heard that wrong. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And that date is March 5th. And I just want to add that I've had some conversations with Mr. Horn about our capital improvement program. And I think, we've pretty soon got to reimagine our transit facilities here. I think our friends at the RTA have done an excellent job of modernizing, the experience across the street from us. And so we're thinking about how do we duplicate that? And then long-term, people may or may not know that we do have water and sewer service out on the corner of Palm and Osos. And so eventually we'd like to put some sort of bathroom facility out there as well. So long-term, that is our plan. I think we've got that programmed in the 25-27 CIP. Mr. Horn, is that correct?
From memory, yes, that's correct, but it's not an instantaneous process to implement something like that. So that we would start that work effort. So.
Thank you. I'm remembering the wonderful self-wash bathrooms. Anyway, sorry. Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you so much. I look forward to the conversation about the K through 12 and what's an appropriate step on that. But the question that I have is on that piece is the fare box ratio. I know that I think we're still in a reprieve from the state, and I believe the state is kind of reevaluating that metric in the first place. So I'm just wondering how closely we need to adhere to that, and the grant funding that has put our current fare box ratio over 100%, does that continue along a little bit longer? I guess because my sense is that if ever there were a time to try a pilot program that had a reduced fee, like this is our window of opportunity. So I guess that's the fare box ratio, though, is the question that I have.
And my understanding that the bill that provided that reprieve has sunsetted, and then we are in this sort of like year zero grace year. But again, possibly if Jeff Straw is still here, I think he is more tapped into that than I am and more capable of answering.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it ended
Hold on.
January 1st, it ended the reprieve, the vacation, if you will. So we have a year zero, year warning year, years 1, year 2 is the penalty year, and then the third year is when the financial penalties hit. So there's some time happening here, but there's also an effort at the state level because this TDA fare box recovery ratio has been around since 1974, and those things have changed significantly since then. Americans with Disabilities Act has changed the way we do business and increased our costs. Everything, you can just go down the list. Our liability costs are up, fuel costs are up relative to 1974. So there's likely going to be some changes. We're not sure exactly what it's going to be, but we're hoping that we'll have some direction before the short range transit plan is done, and we can incorporate that into our planning. But if I were a betting person, I'd probably say that the existing fare box recovery ratio won't continue after this study is being done at the state level.
Thank you. And then the kind of follow up on that other priority item in terms of increasing the frequency and the appropriateness of, short range transit plan. Discerning that, it seems like the nexus between this study and the short range transit plan and kind of a, rethinking like, okay, let's have these arterials going really frequently. And then it sounded like perhaps we kind of have a design approach for our current system where you're never more than, half mile or something from a transit stop. But it sounds like we're maybe going to roll back that assumption in order to allow for micromobility, microtransit. Am I reading that right? That it seems like there's kind of what I'm hearing a little bit of a shift in this, and maybe some of it was in that, again, that book that our book club book, as it were, that the idea of focusing resources into high frequency on these arterial routes, perhaps at the risk of everybody not having the bus go scooching all over town. Am I reading into this report? Is that part of the consideration that'll go into the short range transit plan?
Sort of, yes. I don't see it as a either or just yet. It's just this build back to pre-COVID has given us an opportunity to let's possibly reimagine it and see what that looks like, and probably going to exist in some sort of hybrid capacity. But definitely the idea was to get this study done before we put out the short range transit plan RFP, so consultants would know absolutely what they're getting into and what the expectations were. We're not too far off from that just because we kicked off in September and we provided the draft report to them. But yes, it could be as we expand and build out our city, instead of providing a dedicated fixed route into that area, it would be on demand or micro transit services that would sort of supplement that. And then we would have this blended approach.
Great. Okay, thanks. And then my final question along those lines is just about money. And so one would imagine that, again, assuming that we can get drivers. So how much additional equipment is needed? We're looking at the expensive battery electric buses. So I guess just how much in order to kind of hit some of those ideals, how much money would we be looking at annually in terms of just either upfront costs? Our fleet is 17 buses right now in kind of a mix of electric or on order. Do we have a sense yet, in order to get this awesome system that we want, is that 4 more buses? Is that 10 more buses? Is that, 20 new staff members? Do we have any sense of scale? Just, we're going to be doing a lot of talking about money soon, so.
Well, and I don't want to try to jump the gun with the short-range transit plan because they are going to be providing that a 5-year constrained operational budget for our review. But just speaking high-level numbers with how we budget right now for operations, maintenance, and fuel, if you look at the number of trips that we provide across our 8 routes, annually it's about $24,000 per trip. So you want to go from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. on a certain route, and you want to do it every weekday and possibly on the weekends as well. That's what it equates to operationally, about $24,000. That doesn't include costs for buses or as we adopt new electric vehicle, the charging infrastructure that goes along with it. And then typically when drivers, they call it like, their paddle, which is their daily routes that they drive, it can be anywhere from 5 to 8 of those trips. So anytime you add more than that, you'll likely need a full-time driver to be dedicated to it. So as an example, with like Route 1A or 1B, it's an hourly service right now. If we went to half-hour service, it's 15 trips. It would then double that effectively. So you're looking at maybe 2 new drivers and then additional buses that would have to go along with it. And then either that means if we wanted to do it on a short-term basis, probably keeping existing diesel-powered buses in service, and then just instead of retiring them out when we get the electric vehicles, just keeping them around, and then that would be a quicker way. But again, older they are, more mileage, more maintenance, more issues that we can run into. So there's all that we would have to kind of weigh into it. But yeah, that's on a simplified scale. That's about what you're looking at is $24,000 for 1 extra trip.
Great, super helpful. Thank you.
Sorry. So just kind of like Alex gave you very finite numbers about, 1 trip on a system. Speaking in kind of big terms, if you wanted to look at a route, you should assume about 10 trips per route, and you should probably assume a bus. So you're probably looking at $250,000, $300,000 a year, and probably about $1.5 million of upfront capital for the equipment to make that happen. So this big number, high level stuff, that's what you should ballpark when you think about increasing frequency.
Thank you. Thank you also for the agenda correspondence. There were a lot of great answers in there. I don't think I still understand the K through 12 monies, because I think that we had talked about in the past that we were concerned around offering K through 12 because of the concern of federal funding being taken away for something that's supposed to be paid for, taken care of by the school districts. So it doesn't seem like that's a concern now. We're okay with that now.
So us offering a discounted or even free rate for the buses is not in conflict because we're not directly competing with the school bus providers. So we're not saying this route is exclusively for students. Even the trippers that we run that are geared toward the schools can be ridden by anybody. And so that's what sort of circumnavigates that. If we said we're going to establish a route or tripper that's only for K through 12 and we're competing with a charter service or a school bus service, then we'd be in conflict with our FDA requirements.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was like, I'm missing something. Thank you. Okay. And then I also really appreciate you sharing the parents and how many parents would purchase those tickets. That was really good. The minimal cost also seemed interesting because it seemed as though there's still staff time, and so appreciate that, but it still is a cost. So it's, as far as the county airport, that wasn't my question, but it did make me wonder. There's the RTA, there's the city. We're always in that combination of like which one takes over in that moment, and it would still be a route. It would be a commute that someone is trying to do, which is trying to go from their home to the airport. So it seemed like that would still be one of the routes we'd want to increase. But is it just because we're going into the county space that's been recently annexed that we don't want to utilize that?
No, when the consultants analyzed the innovation study, they looked back to the short-range transit plan that we had previously done and just said, what's some low-hanging fruit? If we were to increase services on any of the routes, what would have the best bang for the buck to get that ridership back up to pre-COVID, and it was routes 3 and 4 that they had identified. But something to consider, going back to Councilmember Pease's question about fixed route versus micromobility, there might be an option or a scenario where we do the hourly fixed route and then we have like a micro transit or sort of like on demand that's layered on top of it so that people can call in and then get a service, but it's not a dedicated route that we're running on a 30-minute basis or what have you.
Okay.
So that's what hopefully the short-range transit plan is going to look at, is like hybrid options of that nature.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, I think I have 2 more. Trying to read my writing. Oh, so as far as the communications at the actual bus stop, sounds like we're, in process of making some changes for the city side. And then we get questions for the county side as well. When the bus changes today, like just today, the changes happen, if you don't have an app, it's hard to know what's changing. So how can we help the community know better when the routes are changing?
Like with the detours that occurred for Cal Poly.
Yeah, that'd be a perfect example, yeah.
We have, I like to believe, a pretty robust system, but it does rely on digital media. And so something like what you're talking about is like real-time information at transit centers or major stops would be a huge gap filler right now, because unless you are have Instagram, or I always call it X now, something to that effect that we do push out in real time, you are going to miss that information. So that would be something that we pursue through that real-time passenger information, but that's only going to be as good as the information we get back from the buses to dispatch. So that's why they're kind of complementary. But
so with the computer-aided dispatch, would that help that process at all?
So one of the issues that, admittedly we have right now is through the app, it'll tell you that a bus is someplace and it's not, or it's 5 minutes away and it's not. And so that it would definitely close that information gap that we have right now. And then if that's pushed out to, digital signage or LED signage at stops, where if you don't have the mobile app, you can see it there, then it would just make that more accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as we continue to do the digital signage at the actual stops, then that will improve the people who do not have an app ability because they don't have a smartphone or something of that sort.
Yeah, that would be the intent of it. Alternative, we could look to start to, we do post rider alerts, but there's a delay on that because it's print. We got to send a contractor out there and then they actually have to do the physical posting. But we do that as a complement anytime something changes. So like today we had our road supervisor go out and post updated signage saying detour is no longer in effect.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And I know this is an extra cost, but I have to ask, have we thought about doing Wi-Fi in the buses?
We have thought about it. Some of these critical upgrades I think need to happen first before we can get to maybe more of the nice to haves.
Got it.
Yeah.
Just thinking if we want to get people on the bus, that when I think about work commutes and I think about other places that have, a higher ridership, it's because it's like, this is a better way to go. You'll get there faster, you get your work done. And so I think it's just, as we try to talk about why would you get on the bus, other than people who are just wanting to make a carbon change, not necessarily is there enough other reasoning. So I'm just trying to think about if there's ways to help that, so.
No, absolutely. And as we procure new buses, there's 10 pages of options that we can add to them, including like USB charger ports at each seat. So if those are things, then yes, I want to hear about them because we are in the process of building out our 6 additional buses that you all approved in July.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, sorry. I remembered one more question. Thank you for mentioning the extras too. I think that's important. As a former Boulder bus rider, it was so important to be able to work on my grading when I was riding to my school site. So awesome thing to think about for down the line. I had submitted a question that had asked about like a shuttle type service, and I think it came up from a community member who was mentioning that they had seen something like this in Truckee and some other communities that were essentially trying to keep cars out of their downtown core because traffic concerns and a lot of tourism. But I think this came up too during a lot of our conversation around parking, people talking about parking on the outskirts and some of the garages and folks with some mobility concerns and things like that. We're really asking a lot about, some sort of shuttle that's just kind of constantly rotating through the downtown, stopping at the parking garages, dropping people off along the main commercial strips. And I think my question got kind of misinterpreted to be more of a car share, which is mentioned in there, but I wanted to make sure that we're thinking, since we're in the innovation study stage, thinking about how we can make those types of service that aren't necessarily about getting to work or school, but also sort of the quality of life services, particularly for our downtown core. Again, probably not a question, sorry, but just kind of more of a, hope that's on the list.
No, absolutely. And there's agencies like LA Metro that is piloting something to that effect that is sort of, I don't want to say directly competes with Uber, but it's sort of on demand. There are smaller shuttle buses that are still ADA compliant. And so that is in effect. And, we're kind of monitoring those and seeing how successful those programs are and whether it'd be a good fit,
Excellent.
here.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a question I get often about how do you expect us to come downtown because the parking garages, I can't walk down that big hill. And so there's some concerns around how do people maneuver our downtown that maybe can't so much anymore. Well, thank you. Any other questions initially? All right, so do we move to public comment before we start working on your questions that are on the list?
We have 2 public comment online.
Okay, great. I think you have one in person too.
I don't know if I don't have it. Okay, just 1 second. Don't worry about it. Okay, you can go ahead and go up. Oh, 1 second. Okay.
Hi everyone, Yuming, first year CRP, just missed the 4B, so if anyone has a ride, I'd appreciate it. Just wanted to echo Councilmember Marx's comments. I know there is a bit of hesitancy riding the bus just because the RTA bus station is a little bit unwelcoming. Inside of the bus wise, I don't know if the seats are also from 2007, but I would really like to see the seats replaced into the all plastic kind instead of the cloth, because the cloth really deteriorates over time. Right now it's gray and yellowing and fading all over. So also the buses, the inside adverts also are a little bit of a time machine right now. There's, Locals Wiki, which was a really 2000s era project. I know my CRP, we have 3 Nathans in our CRP first year, and they put up a sign impromptu, illegally, I guess, to vote which was the favorite Nathan on the 3A, 3B, 4A, and 4B routes, and they didn't get caught, and we got a lot of votes. So I think it would be nice if they updated those signages. You mentioned the poems and inspirational quotes. But first, I know back up in San Mateo County for Samtrans, we have Samtrans Rides the Bus, where they have public school, elementary school kids do art. And if they win, they can have the art up there, which is super cool. I think that would fit nicely with the $15 ride pass. I know BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, has an anime mascot. That might be a very low, sub 20 level consideration, but just a thought. Another constituency that you could add is Cal Poly Urbanists, our club, just a plug. Now to the recommendations, I feel 3, 4, 5, and 6 are really pertinent, and I support those. For the CAD AVL, it would be really cool if you could hook it up with Google Maps, the live bus tracking, and the transit app, so you don't have to have the slow transit app and Google Maps. For number 2, it is kind of a foregone conclusion, I feel but I feel we already have token transit, and I would love to see the bike share and car share programs. For number 9, I know there was a lot of discussion around the micro transit. We have one along the north coast in San Mateo County. I don't want to say it's a fad, but Samtrans did one, and they had to keep on extending the free fare timeline. So I don't know how popular it will be, but I think it's worth a try. I would prefer, however, considering that both of them are in the medium price category, I would prefer a bike share program, considering that was also in the climate action plan and promised in 2021, but now it's 2024. And so I would like to see bike share. And I think car share is also promising. I was at the 460 Pacific Architectural Review Commission, and it would be cool to see, we have Zipcar on campus. Maybe you could contract Zipcar here, maybe someone could take the 4A down to downtown and do the Zipcar, because our Zipcars on campus are always on, very high demand. So thank you very much, and yeah.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna Hare Price, and then after that will be Kyle Finger.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The SLO Rent Coalition's data from talking to renters in SLO reflected many female respondents report inadequate lighting at bus shelters and in the proximity of bus stops. Many said it hinders their use of public transportation, especially in the winter and in the evenings. Thank you for seeing the importance of lighting, and I encourage you to move it to a high priority item, especially near the Cal Poly campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kyle Finger. Kyle, you
Good
can go ahead
evening.
and, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Great. I support this study and urge the council adopt and implement the recommendations listed. I appreciate all the great ideas that have been presented tonight around transit and look forward to the short-range transit plan process that will be continuing this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Sean McNabb.
Hi. I just wanted to say thanks for the study. Thanks for all the work you guys have done on this. This is really encouraging to hear this. My son is actually a first-time bus rider, and it's because transportation to school has been such a problem. I think it's a 2.5 mile distance that they have to go before they can get a bus, a district bus, which is pretty hard to get to Laguna and other schools, high schools as well. And this year we found ourselves not able to get our kids to both schools at the same time, so I had to get my kid to the bus stop. The 31-day pass, which was nice to have, last month I used it 11 times because we do a hybrid carpool / she's got activities, things like that. So I'm really encouraged to hear the idea of having a per ride pass, a discount pass for the students to use, because that's much more flexible for everybody to use. It's just unlimited number of passes. So I think that's a fantastic idea. Having more routes also would be extremely helpful. So again, thank you very much for all the work you've done. This transit thing has been great to hear. The one other thing I would say is if you can get this in front of the kids at the schools, if you can get kids riding, young people riding the bus. I know I rode the bus when I was a kid. It just goes into adulthood. So I think that this is a great program. I think you should just keep pushing at it, and thanks a lot. Thank you for all your work.
Mr. McNabb, while we have you here as a parent of a bus rider, as we are kind of considering a lower fare and then this 15 pass kind of option, do you think that fare free for grade school kids would help even more, bring in more ridership? This is a very spontaneous survey I'm running here.
I think fare free would help because that would make it much easier to just, I need to get home from school and I hop on the bus. I don't have my phone with me. I don't have, I could just say, hey, take the bus home. It certainly would help. I think it would be really important if you can get that in front of students, that they have that option so that they can actually say, oh, I can just ride the bus. And the parents would know as well. So yes, I think fare free would help. And I think at PASS, when I grew up, I had a book of tickets that I had that I got at school, and I just rode the bus. And it just became a habit. And I rode the bus when I got to be an adult too. So, so yeah, I think fare free would help. I think having more flexible options for fares would help as well, as opposed to the daily limit of, I got to use it in 31 days, then I don't necessarily want to buy it.
Yeah,
right?
good point.
So,
Great, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thank you for that information. I just actually learned something because I was thinking about the 31-day pass or the 15-day pass as being something that you could use 31 times or 15 times, but it sounds like that's not how it works. It's more like a monthly pass and you have a certain number of days to use. So that's good information for me to know. I do appreciate the idea of the daily pass though. I have a lot to say and I know it's late. I've been geeking out on mass transportation for a while now and listening to podcasts, and I didn't get a chance to read the book yet, but it's on my list. And I attended the hackathon that Cal Poly Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship put on this weekend, and there was a great project very related to short-range transit that some students put together, and I think we should hook up with the students that designed a short-range transit solution for the Highland Drive neighborhood. And one of their things about not only not wanting to feel safe or wanting to feel safer sitting at the transit stops was that our current transit doesn't go late enough, and many of them have to be on campus until 11 o'clock at midnight or midnight, and our bus does not only do they not feel safe sitting at the bus stop at night, but the transit just doesn't go that late, so they need another solution to get themselves home at night. I'll go through your questions because I kind of took my notes that way. So in terms of the prioritization of the recommendations, yes to better bike parking at all our transit locations. I think we really need to take notes from the bike racks in particular that are in the active transportation plan, because some of the bike racks at the transit stops now or near the transit center are not the greatest. They're those upside down U-lot racks, and they're awful. They don't accommodate very many bikes, and so just that little bit of something would make things a little bit easier for cyclists. I'm also in favor of the little pilot program on the discounted kids passes. I hear my colleagues talking about the potential, and maybe this is a really good time to do the free fare for kids. But if we did free fare for kids, I would feel like we need to do it for seniors as well, seniors and disabled as well. And I have a little bit of maybe fiscal conservativeness of me that's worried about if we give it away for free and then we find out that's not sustainable, then we have to go back and start charging for something that's been free for people, and that could be difficult to do. But I would be in favor of simplifying and knocking a little bit off the proposed rates that you put together and saying let's just charge them the same amount in the pilot project that we're charging for seniors and disabled right now. It doesn't seem like it's a big loss for us. It would still give us good data, and why not make it a little bit easier? I'm also supportive of the expansion of the downtown access pass. I'm a little hesitant that the changes that are proposed right now will really move the needle too much, because again, I think some of the feedback that I've heard from people who don't use the downtown access pass, along with some of the proposed changes of making it so you only have to renew once a year instead of every 3 months, I think that's a good step in the right direction. But the hours for some of the restaurant workers and bar workers and stores that are open late, the bus just doesn't really do that much for them if they get off late at night. So I think the expansion of the hours of our transit is really going to make the downtown access pass a little bit more feasible for people. In terms of the prioritization, I would love to move up the priority list on table 1, the fare changes for seniors, kids, and low-income residents. Exploring institutional partners. We've talked a little bit about maybe the school system helping support our transit system. Maybe we could do bike share initiatives or do some sort of collaborative with some of the bigger employers and hotels, subsidize the purchase of their bikes or give them some kind of discount on the purchase of their bikes that they could use for their employees. I actually like those ideas better than just a standard one-size-fits-all bike share program, because I think there are some populations like Cal Poly that could really benefit from a bike share system. But for the greater community, I think we hear much more that our roads just still don't feel comfortable and safe enough for them to ride bikes on. So until we fix the streets throughout the city and make those feel more comfortable for people, I'm not sure that a bike share system is really the best bang for our buck. And I know that there's been lukewarm support on the Active Transportation Committee for years for bike share. Some people think it's a great idea for some of the reasons that it would, it would solve that last mile problem for the people who felt safe enough to ride a bike, but it's not going to be an all-in solution for everybody. Feels similarly around car share. If our objective is really to get more cars off, more single occupancy vehicles off the streets, then a car share, while a nice, maybe easy solution, doesn't really solve the problem for me. Not that they're not good things that should still stay on the priority list, but I would move them down the list if it were my choice. Items not listed that we'd like to see, I'd love to see, and maybe this is based on my experience at the hackathon, I'd love to see us figure out ways to use AI on some of our fixed route services. For the bus doesn't have to stop at every stop if we know there's not going to be people there to get on. That was one of the concepts that the hackathon students thought of. And I'd also be curious about free fares on some of our fixed routes. I know they've experimented with that in Boston. Maybe instead of doing free fares for certain populations, we just do it on certain routes and see if that even speeds up our routes and helps us get more circulations throughout the day. As far as the implementation approach, I would love to see the short range transit plan go not only to the Mass Transit Committee, but also to the Active Transportation Committee, so they get a chance to weigh in on some of the ideas. And then for things that I'd like to see further analyzed, I think I already mentioned them. Free service on some routes, yes to partnership programs, and low-income fare programs. I heard a podcast on one city, veterans can use the bus for free, and all they have to do is show their veterans card. So maybe there's some sort of easy benefits card. Maybe it's their, I don't know, their Medi-Cal card, or their, I don't know, something that they can just show and easily get a free bus pass for. I think that's it. Sorry, that was a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Peace.
Great comments, Councilmember Shoresman. I appreciate a lot of those ideas. I think I think the prioritizations make sense. I think I'm open. I've gone a lot back and forth about the K through 12 in terms of free or discount, and for adults riding free, there's that concern about sheltering on bus, that sometimes people, end up abusing that. I don't think that's going to happen in the kid population, but, rowdy teenagers able to just hop on at any time. There might be some more enforcement that I don't know that, and I don't think it's been a problem in the summers. So anyway, I've gone back and forth. I feel like we at least need to do the discount to the same senior disabled, just simplify that, and it's a nice discount. And then kids are also in the habit of how to use that system. But I'd be open to convincing the other way. So that's in my mind still an open question. I think that it's about frequency. I just think that I hope we don't get distracted by too many other things. We just We just got to get the buses moving. And so I appreciate the understanding about that we're going to be kind of replacing older buses, but at some point I'd rather have diesel buses still on the road a little bit longer if it means we get more cars off the road, right? So I feel like we need a little bit of singular focus on how to make that piece of it happen. I think honestly that's all I have. In terms of on-bus amenities, it would be surprising to me that Wi-Fi is worth it with everybody having hotspots and phones and data plans and all of that, but that's just me. I think having, frequent riders be the absolute focus groups for those kinds of decisions, I think would make a lot of sense in terms of, what else needs analysis, just having just a ton of riders participating in those kinds of conversations.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease? Sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Francis.
Would you mind putting the questions up for me? Just so I can keep my thoughts in line. I think the first one is focused on prioritization. Thank you so much. The prioritization and if we agree with it, and I think I kind of got at this earlier, but the recommendations based on a lot of the data that has been analyzed over time is really just focused on that frequency, and I know we're pushing that off, and I'm kind of fighting that we're pushing that off. Let's put all of our investment into doing that. The other piece that really, again, got reinforced in that book that pulled all of that data together was access, easy access, safe access to those bus stops. And so, we got some feedback on lighting and making sure that they're safe and accessible, but also across our arterials, if we're really going to be focusing on those arterials, our South, our Broad, our Santa Barbara, making sure there's plenty of access points that people can get there. And I know that's not on your plate, but just putting that out there that we need to make sure that we're focused on that. So that's kind of the big thing for prioritization. Things not listed. I actually really liked everything that Councilmember Shorsman mentioned, just as far as focusing on making sure that there are bike parking amenities at all of the stops. Thinking about how we can be innovative about a bike share. I know that there's been issues and pitfalls with bike shares, so thinking about how kind of there can be ownership over that bike share, either at different businesses or Cal Poly or different places kind of housing those bike shares if they're relevant and useful to their particular populations. And then the items not listed, we mentioned the downtown, trolley type model, but really even amplifying that kind of fixed route, getting people from the parking garages around to the places they want to go in the downtown core, I think is hugely important. And that is kind of it for me, except for we need to talk about the K through 12 kiddos. And I hear what Councilmember Shorsman was saying about, equity and then maybe expanding it. If we're going to expand it, then maybe it's getting to be too many folks being offered the free fare. But I think there's a lot to be said actually for investing in our K through 12 bus ridership is an investment in future bus riders. And I really would love for us, we've got this year potentially where we have a little bit of flexibility, and I know it's tough once you give away something free to take it back, but we do it every summer and then we take it away. So there is a model for that with our K through 12 population, potentially just using this year, get out into the schools. We can all go out and visit a different elementary, middle school, high school, and really sell this to the kiddos, get them out there using the buses so that we can up our ridership. I think this is an excellent investment, and I know we'd be losing $1 a ride, but it might be worth it in the end. So that's my pitch there. Back to Vice Mayor Pease, but thank you.
Wow, thank you. There was so much said, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to repeat some of it, and that's just how it goes. Sorry, it's 10:45. We'll try to go fast. All right, so I am first going to say yes, yes, yes to more frequency and longer hours. So one of the biggest reasons I heard, and one of the things that I came into 5 years ago with wanting to be on this council, was the fact that we can't possibly make a mode shift if we don't have the hours available for people's work, school, and quite honestly, even play. You know, coming from San Francisco, it has much different transportation opportunities, but the reality is whether you are working or whether you are wanting to just go hang out with someone, or whether you're going to school, you had the ability to take some form of public transportation, and we need that. I think we're all avoiding the name for some reason, and I don't know why, but I'm just going to say it. I mean, Ride On has so much short-term opportunity that the partnerships and collaborations that we need to look into is RTA, it's Ride On, it's whoever else wants to come aboard and be partners with us. We talk about private-public partnerships all the time, and that's just something that I think really needs to happen. As far as, Wi-Fi, I just was asking if it was an option. You know, it's something, one of those small little things that might get a few more people over the road, but it's not going to be a major difference. Councilmember Shoresman, the launch of car share is the 15 out of 17, so it's pretty much at the bottom. And I will say the installing lighting, number 12, I see it's medium across the whole entire way. And obviously there was a public commenter about this. We talked about it in the different focus groups we've had with Cal Poly and with Cuesta. We've talked about it even in the police department strategic plan. It showed, you know, the quantity of women or, you know, female identified individuals in our community. This is a big concern on a regular basis. I'm not gonna stand there for a long time and feel unsafe, so I'm not gonna even consider getting on the bus. So if we can focus on the lighting and the shelters and the bike parking and the bus stops, I think as a higher than 12, I think would be really good. As far as the downtown access, I love the idea of re-verifying only once a year. That makes total sense to me. I agree, though, if we don't have the hours, it'll be tough, but it might get a few more people on, and we'll just keep working on that. And sorry, I think the lighting and the cameras kind of go hand in hand back to the safety, so I'd kind of almost put those two together, but different issue. Trying to get back to your recommendations. I love the idea from Councilmember Shoresman, if this makes sense to you, for the 75 cents versus the $1, so that the students, the seniors, so that people with disability all have the same, just makes sense to me. Versus free, yeah. I think that if this pilot is what you need to be able to get the data that you need, it makes sense. But I hate to make a decision without the data to say today this makes the best idea for us. It's kind of like the minimal. I'm like, well, what does minimal mean? So when it comes to parking and public transportation, these all have much larger connotation or much larger consequences, and I want to make sure we're making a decision that really has the numbers behind it. And even with parking, we said, okay, well, what does Sunday look like? And what is Sunday till this long? And, you know, we had those numbers, and I just feel awkward not having that with me today. I think we've really, even just in our last meeting, focused on evidence-based decisions for our safety enhancement zones. And so I just feel uncomfortable with that. Yeah, we've done the summer numerous times. I have no problem with that. And I love the idea of looking into it. I definitely would love to see kids be able to, you know, say, here's my ASB card. I'm free, just like Cal Poly. But what happens with Cal Poly, even though it may or may not cover all the costs, I'm still not sure about that, but Cal Poly gives us money for that. And so there is a little bit of offsetting. So since the districts don't give us money for their K through 12, it seems hard for me to feel like let's just continue to pay for them. But I do really hear you, Councilmember Francis. If we could ingrain getting students to start going when they're young, getting on the bus, and how easy it is, similar to bikes, and if that's just easy, great. We want to give people that, like, in their mind, do this early on and you'll do this forever. And I love that idea. I would jump on the bus forever if it was more frequent and there were longer hours. I'll just say that again. So I think that there's different factors that come into it versus just I want to ride the bus. Sorry, I'm going back to your questions. And I think the other part too is without the short range transit plan, it is hard to make some of these decisions. I think they just go hand in hand. So I'll just say that. But it sounds like it's very close. So, you know, we'll be able to look at that in June and go from there. So I guess I go back to the question of, do you need this K through 12 pilot so that you can get the numbers you need so you can make some other decisions? And if so, that's something where I could feel comfortable saying yes today. But if that doesn't necessarily give you your numbers, I'm not sure that that excites me today. The last thing I'll say is Cuesta was brought up, and I know that Hancock is technically in northern Santa Barbara County versus SLO County, but the NAACP has actually opened up their scholarships for Ashley Brown. She was a young lady who would come all the way from Hancock some days and come all the way to Cuesta, and she would use slow RTA, then she would use our buses, then she would use slow RTA again to get out to Cuesta. And so it took her 2.5 hours. Sometimes she would get up at 4:30 in the morning to be able to go to school at 8 a.m. And so when I look at how the open loop could work with all the different buses that might use open loop, that also really interested me. Not that I'm asking us to go work with another county, but that I think that could actually help people in all different areas be able to access all of our education, our work that people do in 2 to 3 to 4 jobs or different schools to get what they want to get done. So that's what I have. Councilmember Shoresman.
Sorry, just one more thing to add based on what you all discussed, and I think I agree with you. I think it sounds like, and I guess I'm looking to staff to answer, it sounds like from what it said in the staff report too, that the idea of doing the discounted fares for kids would be to give us an opportunity to gather that data, see what the impact is, with the thinking that maybe with that information and some further analysis, we could maybe look at free in the future. That would be one of the things that I would love to see us do.
Yeah, so the only concern I do have is we have the 31-day student pass data. We have a number of trips and on which routes and time of the year, but the hidden number is the number of students that are paying their regular fare because that 31-day student pass doesn't fit them, and we just don't have that. So hopefully doing the 1 ride regular fare and then the 15 ride discounted pass will give us that complete data, so then we can say how many of our riders are actually K through 12 and then make some informed decisions from there. Yeah, but yes, that's the intent. Is this is sort of a middle point to get to, you know, a decision where we can confidently say that the fare free would not jeopardize any of our, you know, funding our fare box recovery ratio, or it is, and here's an viable alternative.
Would we retain the free program during the summer, or would we go to the discounted rates all through the year? That was one question that came up for me.
No, we would continue with the youth ride free. That's sort of like a region-wide effort, and we're going to continue to participate in it. Yeah.
So we would just charge the discounted rates during the school year, basically, then?
Yeah, and that's why this goes through the next academic year, because there's just only a couple months left in this one, and it's not enough to really get the word out, see adoption of the programs, and so we would do it for next academic year as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And appreciate the comment about how long it takes and all the different types of bus passes that you might have to buy if you're traveling across the region. And wearing my other hat, we buy bus passes and we give them out very sparingly, and we have to, it's a different way to purchase bus passes from the city as it is to purchase them from RTA, and they're different prices, and we have to keep different logging systems, and that would just be a game changer to be able to use one type of pass for everything. So from an agency provider perspective as well as a user perspective. The one other thing that I thought about maybe might be worth looking into in the future is, I know our downtown access pass has traditionally been for people who work in the downtown area, but as we have the flexible density program and as we look to have more people living downtown, I wonder if it might be something worth looking at as something that downtown residents could use to take the bus out of the downtown core to do errands outside of so maybe it could be for not only people coming in during the day, but those who live in downtown to get to other parts of the city. So just wanted to throw that up against the wall as well.
I love that idea. People have kind of brought that up before around, okay, well, I live here and I want to live here in this area where I don't have to have a car, but then now I have to go to Vons or wherever and the grocery store and wherever, and that's a challenge since there's no bodegas downtown. Nor where they'll be for a little while. Councilmember.
I'm happy to third that.
I know it's not in your proposal at this point in time, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. Vice Mayor Pease.
We're coming up on 11, so I want to make sure that we finish this up. Councilmember Marks, did you want to weigh in on the free for kids or the discount?
I agree. Having it be the same price as the seniors makes sense. And I have an APCD meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I'm exhausted right now, so I really hope we can wrap up this meeting.
And so with that, I think I'll go ahead and make the recommendation to, we don't need one for receive and file, we've made the direction, but to adopt the draft resolution, but with a modification that the fares match those of the senior disabled. If everybody.
Can I ask you, does that mean keeping all of the recommendations in their order and not moving any of the install lighting or bike share moving up?
Well, I think because it's a study that we have provided feedback, that will be considered, right?
Great,
I think it's only the motion itself for the resolution on the fare.
Works for me. Councilmember Francis.
I'll second.
Thank you so much, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Technology today for me. Thank you so much to all my colleagues. Thank you, Jeff Straw, for staying late for us today and for staff. And lastly, we have our liaison and communications. We got 6 minutes. Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, quickly, we did have the joint SLOCOG RTA meeting earlier this month, and I was elected to be president of that board. Happy about that. And I also had a great chance to meet with Michelle Jenkins of the Children's Museum, who gave a tour, and she said she would reach out to offer that to anybody, and it's just super fun in there, and what a neat operation to, if you don't have little ones, you don't get to go in, so that was great. And then also Latino Outreach Council, our speaker or earlier this month was the food bank, and they reminded us that CalFresh is quite available in that we are one of the lowest utilization counties for CalFresh. And so they're really trying to get the word out. So those are my updates.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Last Thursday had a CAPSLO board meeting, and some of the items that are relevant to our area, they were applying to subcontract family advocate services for homeless children and youth program in the SLO Coastal Unified School District. So awesome outreach liaison to homeless children in our schools. I met with the ASI Executive Cabinet to give them a little bit of an agenda forecast and talk about how they can get involved in our meetings, and that was really fantastic. Those students are just amazing. I attended the UC Berkeley webinar on reducing traffic speeds in our city under new California law and learned a ton. I'm feeling very excited about how we can make our city a little safer by reducing our speeds. Attended the Cal Poly hackathon with several of you all, and it was really focused on solving civics issues, and so all sorts of cool things around fair housing and transit, which is great. Also went to the winter celebration. Most of you were there, had a great sledding race with the mayor. I think I won, I can't remember.
Who crashed?
And then today I had the honor of participating in the County Point in Time Count, which was my first experience getting to do that. And it's every 2 years, but next time it comes up, highly recommend folks participate. It's a really amazing experience. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yes, this past Wednesday, I had my usual every other month HSOC committee meeting, and at that meeting, I was elected to be chair of that for 2024. So got handed the gavel by Susan Funk of Atascadero right in the middle of the meeting, so that was fun. And then attended the Cal Cities Community Services Policy Committee meeting last week, and as Councilmember Francis said, had a great time at the Cal Poly Hackathon over the weekend. Some just great, exciting things that students are doing with AI, and it's just really, really cool.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I did not run into someone on the snow sled, so I feel like I was a winner too, but I'm not sure. Anyway, we had the mayor's meeting here last Friday, and just want to thank Teresa Purington and the city clerk's office. They are awesome at helping us host and coordinate everything. We were honored to have our District 3 and District 2 supervisors. I'm not sure what district they are anymore, but Bruce Gibson and Don Ortiz-Legg. And Bruce Gibson is also the president of the California Statewide Association of County Supervisors. And he shared about a little bit more about At Home and some of the funding for homelessness and how we continue to partner. And so it was a really good conversation with all the mayors. I also attended the Cal Cities Policy Committee on Community Services, and we identified our policy priorities for the year, and that was, of course, shockingly, homelessness and behavioral health, seniors and aging. Tried to get childcare in there, but we really found that that's like we just can't get everything done in the next 6 months. So. I want to just also appreciate Dave Congleton for having me on his show on Friday. I think the biggest conversation that I took out of that, it really doesn't matter if we're talking about parking or what we're doing with housing or bike lanes. It's really that the community wants to understand why we're doing what we're doing, why we make the decisions that we do, and how do we talk to people, like how do we get in front of people. And I just encourage anyone who's watching this at 11 o'clock at night or in a recorded message to invite any of us. We are here to talk to you about any of the issues that you're having and that you want to see changed or keep happening. So I just really wanted to kind of highlight that. And thank you to the county. The point in time count was so smooth, and I think there was over 250 volunteers, and I hope we're really able to get a lot of the counting that we needed done today to be able to help get funding into our community to help provide the services for people who are unhoused. That is the end of my report, and I don't see anything else. Okay, well, thank you. Have a wonderful night.